All right, hello and welcome to Monsters and Madness, excuse me. This is our 16th session here in the Zemni fields of the Dwendalian Empire with our group Bastion's Watch. But before we get into a recap of where we're at in the campaign, do a little housekeeping at the top of the session here. We do use music from a couple different places. The first place is filmmusic.io. For any of the songs that we might be using from filmmusic.io, there is a listing down in the panels that includes a link to the website where you can license the songs or listen to them for yourself or browse to see what else the artists have. But filmmusic.io is where we get that music. We also are using music from Welcome to Wildmount and Welcome to Tal'Dorei, the official Critical Role soundtracks that they have generously allowed live play shows to use. So if you want to get some more information on those albums, there's also information down in the panels for that. So definitely check it out. Great music all around. Highly recommend. Getting back into our session here today, though, we hop back into the settlement itself, to Hope's Bastion. And after some time spent traveling to the Velven Thicket to meet with the Nimblefoot clan gnomes, and then traveling to Pride's Call to make a bit of a detour for Milo and Breck to meet with those who were from their past or from their families, even. And with a bit of interaction with the Myriad and Milo's mother being taken captive by Ophelia Mardoon, the group headed back to the settlement to get their bearings and decide what to do next. While they were waiting for a couple of meetings to happen, one being just an internal meeting of the settlement to start to talk about who they would like to put forward for certain positions that the Dwendalian Empire would like to have filled for any of its cities. And then a little bit more anxiety-inducing meeting of the Cerberus Assembly, sending members to visit the settlement and see how its development is going. In the downtime, the group decided to go after a frost troll that was causing some issues around the farms and the outskirts of Hope's Bastion. And after finding the farm, the last farm that had been hit, they tracked the frost troll and was able to take out both it and its two large frost wolves or frost wolves, I should say, that it was hunting with. After that, though, returning to the farm where the cart and horses were, the group ran into a somewhat familiar figure, Noratak, the head of the Amber Watch for the Red Wills, who was here to offer one last hand outstretched with a arrangement that they offered to make, retrieving a unique material from the other side of the continent. Turning down that offer, however, caused there to be a fight in which Milo went down and was almost taken out, saved by a bit of magical protection from the ring that he had from his mother. The group headed back to the settlement and spent a bit of time just going about their days, getting rest, getting practice, and Milo and Ekamos meeting with Gathok Creed, who offered to rebalance the magical ley lines that had been out of balance in Milo, that had been causing issues with some of the casting and magic after having learned a Dunamantic spell without the proper safeguards in place. That returns us to where we're at now, here in Bastion's Watch, or excuse me, in Hope's Bastion. A little bit, I think we're a little bit past midday here, where we're at, and that leaves us back to the party. What would everybody be doing here at this point? I know Ekamos and Milo were kind of talking with Gathok, but the others were kind of off doing their own thing. What would you like to be doing?
I did want to whip out the journal and pretty much anything that had the necromantic nature that I had picked up along the way throughout our stuff, and kind of elbow Ekimos and be like, "Hey, did you just by chance? I don't know why, that I'm making this connection or anything like that, but did you maybe want to take a look at these and perhaps know anything about them?"
Yeah, I can sure take a look. What do you have by chance?
And I just hand him the journals,
Okay.
Take the
the
journals.
spell book and the journal. I think, right? Do I still have the journal?
Yeah, you do.
Okay, yeah.
I
And
guess I'll go ahead. Sorry, got a lot of background.
That's good. So yeah, Milo passes over a journal and a spell book. And as you start to look through the spells, you can actually, I'd say, roll an Arcana check for the spell book to see how much you can kind of pick up off of that.
Can I also kind of help as I kind of look over his shoulder and explain what I'm thinking?
Sure. Yeah, go
So
ahead and
give
roll with
him
advantage with Milo helping you.
advantages?
Yeah, for sure.
It's a 25.
25. Very nice. Okay. So from the spell book, you can see 25. Really good. You kind of get the vibe that these are spells that would be something that you kind of recognize the output of. It'd be something that you feel like is something that you might have access to yourself, but it's cast in a different way rather than pulling from some kind of magical energy or magical connection you have already established. It is kind of using a specific bit of spells or a material and component to almost cut a little bit of a hole in a magical kind of veil in order to draw that energy out and fuel the spell. And once you fuel that spell, it's kind of similar or something that you would recognize in its form. But with a 25, you would kind of get the idea that this would be somebody who is not very advanced in the necromantic knowledge. These are introductory spells. Looking at the journal and the notes, it talks about using a ring and working to control test subjects who were undead. And you start to put together back and forth between the journal and the spell book that it may have been that whoever was writing this journal was keeping this spell book to start to learn necromantic spells rather than somebody who was already established. And you get that vibe as you're looking through it. And it's not something that's explicitly spelled out, but you're starting to kind of put those puzzle pieces together and see how they fit.
Cool. Appreciate that, Milo. I'll take a look at this more and let you know what I can get from it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of very curious and a little bit worried about that ring.
Right.
The way
Me
that
too.
it seems to have works, seems like it could cause a lot of damage to Hope's Bastion and a lot of the immediate area.
Mm-hmm. Well, I for sure believe it's in good hands now that I kind of have some knowledge of it and can kind of figure out what they're trying to do with this book, I guess.
Yeah, I got nobody else to turn to. We've all
Right.
taken a looking at it, and nobody knows what's up. So we
Mhm.
haven't been able to follow any leads. If you can find anything, then we'd
Absolutely.
be interested for sure.
You be good here? Do you want to try to find the rest of the group, or anything?
Yeah, yeah. If
you
you
do?
want, yeah, sure.
Okay,
I
cool.
kind of I'll follow you, man.
All right, I'll take the book and just put it in my backpack, and then I guess we'll go try to find everybody else.
Got it. What would everybody else be doing?
So I had a question. I'm just looking over my notes, and I believe I got some scrolls off of Noratek. I left those on Milo, right, when he was knocked out.
I believe so. If I remember correctly, I believe so.
I don't, but
Yeah, I broke down scrolls about elder evils awakened by betrayer gods and weird insects.
Yes.
Yeah,
That there was a little bit talked about, and yeah, for sure.
Okay, yeah.
That did get. I don't know if Miles looked at it at this point.
No, I
but
think I
that was
did.
talked about a bit. Yeah.
So that, and would I be able to do something retroactively?
What's that?
I would also, when I would have given him that, I would have liked to give him the Sending Stone as well.
Okay.
Because the Sending Stone would be tied to the Myriad, who potentially, we know they have his mom.
And you're talking to about the one that you guys found when you met Harry.
Yes.
So that's a +1 sending stone to who? The Myriad?
Yeah, just you don't know a specific contact. There was one message that was sent through it where it talked about kind of setting a rendezvous point,
Mhm.
where you guys had sent them on a goose chase to meet up somewhere else. But
Yeah.
that was I think a few days ago at this point, and there hasn't been any correspondence since then.
Okay.
So I did find the scrolls last time, so I must have found the stone then as well at this point.
Yeah, we can definitely say that happened. Yeah, not a problem at all. We can definitely say you drop the sending stone off with that.
Once everybody's back together, I'd like to kind of report to them what I was reporting to Lumini and what I had told her about coming up on Noratek and the other assassin burning in the barn.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. The little bit of deception towards Lumini.
The bluntest deception I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was when the dice are on your side. Okay, got it. Alivor or Varric, anything you guys want to be doing in particular leading up to everybody meeting up again?
I think the last thing that I had going on was the dream.
Correct. That was yes.
Okay.
Which that's a good point. If you guys had that, then I think we went to the end of the night to long rest, or were you guys sleeping during the day after the fight? So what happens when there's a month between sessions?
I know.
I think it was they had to rest, and then they finished woke up from that dream throughout the middle of the night, and then they finished their rest.
Long rest, right? Okay, got it. So we'll say that Milo and Ekmos had met up in the morning, and we're discussing some of those things, and we are, at the morning of the next day. So.
If Ekmos is still here, where does Ekmos sleep at this point in time?
Yeah,
also,
that was
because
another
he doesn't
thing.
really.
I think we were going to figure that out.
Right? He doesn't sleep, right? And then
They were
he
staying
doesn't
with
have
the-
a place
with
to
the
not
gnomes.
sleep.
Gathok said you guys can stay with the gnomes for the night. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, where are you hanging out now? Where would I find you along the road here?
By the way, for Alivor, you can throw some inspiration on that for giving us that details. From
He
the last
just
one.
watched it.
All right.
Yeah.
I just finished it 30 minutes ago. See, my procrastination does come with some work.
I feel like that's a very college mentality.
How do you think I'm able to pass? CC
No,
degrees,
man,
baby.
I am right there with you, my man. I'm telling you.
So if there was nothing that Varric or Alivor wanted to be doing in the morning, we can just say that the five of you meet up, most likely at the Friendly Ogre. But if it's somewhere else that you guys want to meet, you can just kind of out in front of one of the cabins. That is more than okay.
Yeah, I would have headed there anyways.
Okay.
Get some food in the morning.
Okay. So among the smells of fresh cooked breakfast and coffee spiked with a little something, you all spend a breakfast here, meeting up at the Friendly Ogre, and with Sunja kind of sleepily wiping her eyes and coming in and seeing all of you and taking the time to greet individually each of you. Serenity comes and takes some orders and drinks and food and whatever everybody would like, and you are free to discuss what you would like to do.
Can I walk out, and when I see Sanja, just kind of go up and throw up my hands and use thaumaturgy to do a round tremble and make my voice boom as I say, Sanja!
Without magic, she kind of does the same. Milo! And comes up to give you a big bear hug.
Yeah, I'm just gonna run into it, I guess.
Okay, you do
There's not a lot more than you can do, right?
You gotta go. Oh no! Am I gonna die right now? And then she drops you off.
Yeah, make my way to the table that everybody else is headed towards, I guess.
Got it. And we'll say everybody's here gathered at a little table at the Friendly Ogre.
So Nortek dead in a fire, huh?
You don't know that. Unless he.
Actually,
Yeah.
no, I was gonna say
Is
Breck
Breck with
Breck
us?
did say he was just informing everybody.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
So,
yeah.
Cool.
So she knows now then. I wonder how that's going to play out. Did she seem particularly perturbed by the information?
No, she didn't seem too perturbed by it. I mean, she did seem a little upset because they were friends, but she didn't
I
ask
could
too
see
many
that.
questions.
Understandable.
You think she could be suspicious? Because just hearing that, I know that's the
Yeah, you
damn
know
lie.
she is.
Right.
You know, with the troll in the area, them burning in the barn. I mean,
It
Very
makes
viable.
sense. They could have been. They've been trying to use fire to kill it.
It's enough of an excuse to
But a seasoned
give
warrior
her the
like
option
himself,
not to ask
just,
questions.
I hope.
And then we have the
Guess we'll see, right?
loose thread though, the one that ran away.
Oh, so you let someone get away. Wow. I don't go with you guys on one adventure and then here you come back all
Yeah.
mucked up. Good lord.
Who was or what would I remember of the description of the one that got away?
So that was as far as you could tell, it was a male assassin. They were the ones who were
Hit me with the
trying
poison dart,
to,
right?
yeah, they were trying to hit Varric at the very beginning, but Breck was able to block the incoming hit, and then Milo had transported Breck over. There was some fighting that happened, but in everything going on, in order to get to you, the assassin was given enough time to get away. The archer who was on top of the farm building, the barn, did not live.
No.
But the assassin did. Yeah,
Oh, beat to
you know.
hell.
Yeah.
But the assassin, was that like, wasn't it a dwarf? Was it a dwarf?
Oh man, I'll have to go back and check specifically.
Okay, I was just for the
I'll have to
description,
check.
their description of like pretty much who's the person who might be giving information out, if that's
right.
a thing.
Right. I'll go back and get you specific clarification if it was human or dwarf.
I'm hungry.
I want coffee.
I kind of raise my hand for a little bit of service.
And as everybody is thinking it, Serenity comes out with a it's like a kind of a insulated large, not a full pitcher of coffee, but kind of a large insulated pot of coffee, and take some breakfast orders. Breck is on the house, but everybody else would be about a silver for breakfast and drinks for the morning.
I believe I can spare that.
And Serenity's in her normal cheerful mood as she takes the orders from everybody and goes back with all the orders and gets everything prepped as you all are waiting.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a nice big healthy portion of the coffee and just both hands just very gently, but trying the caution between you wanting to drink it fast and then you
Sure.
wanting to get the shit out of, but
Right.
yeah.
Got it.
Did I distribute the gold that I found? Does anybody remember?
That
I
one would
believe
be
you
on,
did,
that would be on you guys.
Sounds familiar, but
because you're really good about it, and I have a lot of gold.
The gold you got off of Noratak?
Yeah, I wrote down 653 gold.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I believe you did.
The
because
gold
I
we
think-
found from a burnt body in a barn.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. I believe your
Must have
comment
been
was,
stored
"I'm not
in
stingy with my friends," and then you looked up at my.
Yeah, when I find large amounts of money, I
Yeah,
usually hand it out.
I think I quite.
Oh, that's right. That's
Usually,
right.
usually.
Okay, yeah.
So
Oh man, oh, what could that be about? Shucks.
All right.
After a few minutes, Serenity brings out some really nice meals. It looks like mostly like some country potatoes and then like a egg scramble hash kind of mixed together with some meat, some ham, a little bit of bacon chopped up in there with various vegetables and stuff that's in season currently.
This looks wonderful. Thank you so much.
As always, anything you need, just let me know.
And I'm just gonna pile in, like Ezekiel Elliott.
Weird flex, but okay.
I
know,
get
he
what
got
you're
the job
saying.
done. Yeah, I was gonna say he got the job done.
Yeah. Since it has been a month, could you possibly give a quick refresher about what happened in that dream?
Yes, absolutely. So the dream was Breck and Varric both. Breck recognized the ship, and you recognize the person on the ship.
Your dead buddy pushed me overboard.
Right.
And I remember
so
using lightning lure to snatch you up.
specifically, and you said, "I'm not going to let that happen again." And the other figure on the ship said, "You don't have a choice." And it was a pretty quick snap to consciousness from there.
Okay.
There was like this crazy thing with a big eye swimming below us.
And that was the moment where Breck got pushed.
Okay. Yeah, I think just as Varric's drinking his coffee, he's just kind of eyeing Breck. Just like a what the fuck look.
well, not to be the Debbie Downer at the table, but obviously there's going to be some repercussions for Nortec mysteriously burning in a fire. I don't know why, but I just feel like there'll be repercussions for that one. How or are we capable of handling that? And if not, what should we do? Like,
I mean, it really depends on what's going on behind the scenes. Like, if the Red Wills, like how close they are to the Cerberus assembly that's coming and whatnot.
When are they supposed to be here again?
Is it the next day?
So the meeting you guys were going to have internally was the day we are currently in.
Day,
The Cerberus assembly
Mhm.
was another couple of days.
Oh,
I believe it
okay.
was-
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's still another. I think at this point, I want to say 3 days until the Cerberus assembly got here.
Okay, we got some time. Then. We've got
I
some
don't think
time.
they try anything between now and then because it seems like all the eyes and attention would be on us. If they want to act, they'll probably act afterwards. So we got a little bit
After.
more time than 6 days, I think.
Okay.
I think like that would be crazy. It would be crazy to attack us before then.
Because I feel like the settlement itself is somewhat adequately manned, but not so much as far as infrastructure.
How many?
Gesturing at and hinting at the unfinished wall that we have.
Yeah, yeah. How many guards do we have now?
I know we got a lot of gnomes from the Nimblefoots. We got
Yeah,
quite a
so
few
if,
of
if
them.
we're talking just like straight Crown's Guard, at this point, there was about like 18, kind of 12 to 18, depending on if others had been sent out to do other things, 12 to 18 at a time in the settlement. That has grown. There seems to be about around 25 or so at any given time here in the settlement at this point. with
And that's just
with
Crownsguard.
silvered weapons as well.
Oh, well then.
Because enough time has passed for that request that was made to
That's
have
right.
been fulfilled.
Lessons learned.
Got him. Is there any additions to the Grounds Guard, or is that all that there is? Just Grounds Guard.
Crown's Guard specifically, if you mean Righteous Brand, you haven't seen any Righteous Brand.
Augmentations in any capacity, whether it be gnomes or anything like that.
I see. That hasn't quite been discussed yet. There certainly seems to be capable gnomes who have joined. There is also the Cobalt Soul, the Archivist, and the 2 Expositors,
Okay, yeah.
who presumably, have some level of, ability. Beyond that, nobody has really stepped up in an official capacity for that.
Okay.
Hmm.
So we got
And
the
it's-
25, and then we have the couple gnomes and the Cobalt Soul, as
And then
far as our
we have us if we're here during
yeah.
that time.
As far as like the landscape around the immediate area around Hope's Bastion, is it just like open field or like what's?
For the most part, not like flat open field. It's a little bit hilly. There's scattered trees. It's nothing where there's like a forest, considered a forest, unless you're, it's thick enough at the Velvet Thicket. That's where the closest thing would be considered actual forest. There are a few groves that around like the base of the foothill every now and then, but that would be, quite a distance away from the settlement itself. It is mostly hilly open fields.
And are we high or low in the hills?
Hills. It's not like foothills level. We're talking, couple 100 feet at most.
Yeah.
I would say that the wall is, probably not super high up. It's not like the settlement is on top of a hill or a plateau or anything. It's, there's dips around it, but I would say no more than like 25 feet off of the base level, but the average base level of ground.
God, I think I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say, yeah, because it's not like there's a big hill that it's on, but like the entrance of it is kind of a little bit higher than the average height of where the ground would be somewhere else.
All right,
And it
so
kind of
it's like
changes a little bit in elevation, maybe 10 or 15 feet as you go down to a different part.
Okay. So it's not built just singularly on one hill. It
On
would be
a hill, no.
multiple hills, and so it's up and down. and
Yeah,
sloping.
exactly.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Hmm. Are there any like notable dead space areas within the city or within the town that hills, like, so say multiple hills would just show up, pretty much giving us a break from line of sight from the outside?
Not anything that big. No, not
Okay.
anything that big. I would say that like where the well is a little bit of a bowl area. It kind of dips down a little bit, but not
like
significant enough
glitch-
to really like break a
glitch.
ton of line of sight. Yeah, like if you were to go down and like go prone by the well, it'd be hard to see from some parts of the rest of the city. Or the settlement, I guess I should say, but not in a significant way that would be like defensible or anything.
If this was a conversation that we were all having at the table,
Mhm.
I would say that maybe that was probably the most defensive position, at least. Yeah, from the outside of the city. Once everybody got inside, it might be a little bit weirder, but
Yeah, well, hopefully it doesn't come to that.
no.
And-
But we have not even half a wall.
Yeah.
So maybe
And
we should have
Nortec did say during my conversation with him that they specifically had their eyes on our settlement and wanted to take it over. Correct?
Yes.
You can
Yeah,
see
not
why it would be
generally like
very
we want to take it
valuable.
over, but like hey, we're watching. We know what's going on.
Yeah.
We see that you have gnomes. We see these. We know that they are our competition, and you're working with them. So
So maybe during our
You want
chat
hardcore
later,
offense.
we need to talk about beefing up, say,
Yeah.
defenses.
Especially with us going out and doing different things and so
Yeah,
many
because we're
people.
constantly leaving.
Where, just by chance, is there any alibi to where? Oh man, what's his name? Robert's character,
Yeah, man.
Yaman. Is there any alibi as to where he went, or is he still in the thing?
I would say that his character had taken off after that first part to go with the other characters. Would presumably still be with them at this point. Yeah.
See if he gets back, he could help us out a little bit.
I'd say
I don't know how
about
you
this
approach that.
point, everybody sees Michonne walk through the doors to the friendly ogre here, and gives a, "Hey, everybody, how's it going? Good to see you back in for breakfast. You guys make it real nice and easy for us to make money here."
That's the goal.
Good. Hey, for my favorite customer here, also part investor too. You see, he's got a letter in his hand. It says, "For you, Breck. They kind of just been bringing the mail to us. I don't know if they think like we're the place to distribute this. I mean, you're here, so I'm gonna give it to you now. But I guess if everybody wants to check for letters, then Mercantile's the place to do it." And hands over the letter.
While you're here, Michonne, I was wondering, would the 300 platinum make me a part owner?
Well, I think it was 300 gold. Not 300 platinum.
I'm gonna put 300 platinum on the table and say, no. With 300 platinum, 30 platinum, make me a part owner. 30 platinum.
And he kind of looks at you, just, man, you got deep pockets, man. You got deep pockets. Go ahead and roll a persuasion check with advantage.
Can I give him guidance?
Yeah, if you want to do that. I mean, Michonne might see that little magical enhancement, but that's up to you if you want to do that.
I got a 5. I'm rolling on the app today. I don't have a spot to roll in the day.
And that was with advantage?
Not with advantage, no.
Yeah, you get advantage on that for throwing down some money.
That one's a 9.
A 9. Oh,
9.
What did guidance give me?
The guidance would be a D4.
Yeah, did you want to do that?
Yeah.
Now we're gonna have to kill Michonne.
No.
Just taking over ourselves.
That's an extra 3. So 12?
And it got you to
12.
It got you to 12?
Yeah.
12 is what you needed for part owner.
Meets it, beats it.
Holy shit.
He goes, "You know what, man? I think so. You brought somebody to help us. Your group brought Sunja. Sunja's been a big part. I mean, the place is called the Friendly Ogre. 600 gold pieces overall is not something to sneeze at, man. It's more than we had before. Yeah." You know what, Breck? I think that makes you part owner now officially. Might have some paperwork for you to make it official. Send to the tax man and everything. But yeah, I think you're part owner now.
There's going to be a meeting between some VIPs later in the day. I'd like to rent the space, and I'm going to put another 20 gold down on the table.
Because that man, part owner is paying to rent the space. I like it. Good owner. All right. Yeah, man. It'll be open for you. What time you need it free by? I'll kick everybody's ass out. Sunja will do that real well.
It's just kind of a when they show up kind of thing. So.
Oh shit, man.
You might have to kick
just
some
come tell me
people
when you need me to clear it out, and we'll make it happen. It'll be the not so friendly ogre today.
Thanks, Michonne.
Thank you, man. Thank you, partner. He kind of gives like a little, huh?
I'm gonna shake his hand.
He gives a firm handshake back. And you now have a letter in your hand addressed to Breck Deep Delver, and I will send that the details of that letter over to you right now through Discord. Okay, there you go.
What all type of shops do we have here?
Not a ton of shops currently. There is a butcher. There is a blacksmith, although the blacksmith isn't really a shop necessarily. He mostly makes materials for building and for everybody who's working around here. There's the stables, again, not really a shop, but just where they offer, where you can get horses or mounts, either rent them or buy them. The mercantile itself is a shop. And then there is a alchemist who has popped up in town, who is
that's what I'm looking for.
Dragonborn alchemist.
Yep. Okay. So what time are we planning on having this meeting tonight to get our, or at least attempt to get some affairs in order? As I asked at the table.
I guess we do it whenever, right?
Were we waiting on anyone, or were we just the group?
That was just an internal meeting, so
Mm-hmm.
I think all parties are pretty much here.
Okay.
Milo, how many of those eggs did you grab when we were in the caves?
I have no idea.
One of you grabbed a handful, one of you grabbed one.
I only grabbed the one.
You only grabbed the one. Milo, I think it was 4 or 5, I want to say, off the top of my head.
I can find it here in a second.
Yeah, I think it was 4 or 5.
Did we turn in any for the troll?
I don't believe so. I think you've got a frozen troll heart still.
We did turn the meat into the butcher, right?
Turn
Uh,
the wolf meat to the butcher.
Yeah,
Mhm.
we did. Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
when we came in. Yeah.
And for, let's see here.
Yeah, because that troll was 1,500.
Yeah,
gold.
1,500 GP, yeah.
Yeah.
And that had been put together. The Red Wills, the Onyx Coats, the Long Rivers, and Erosa. The city had pitched in for a 1,500 gold piece bounty.
Was there like a point of contact?
Not specifically. You could try Lumini. She might know, given that the bounty made its way down here.
Okay.
No, I don't think I wrote anything down, to be honest.
Let's just say 5 for now, and then we can go back and amend if it's
Okay.
very different. Because I know I want to say you rolled a D20 and grabbed. Is it 4 or 5 is what I'm thinking. But
What was this for again? Just real quick.
Cave fisher eggs.
Cave fisher eggs.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
So you guys would basically see me read this letter and then immediately look at it. How many of those eggs did you grab?
This many, and I pull out 5.
Just like a big toothy grin. I'm like, Michonne! I'm going to give a shout for Michonne.
He comes back in. Hey man, you got more business deals already? What's going on?
You have a small box that I can fill with some soil that I can keep?
Yeah. I mean, I don't even got to charge you for that. We get all kinds of produce and stuff in boxes like that.
Each of those eggs, Milo, is worth 250 gold.
My God. Primes be blessed us, man. And I hand him over the eggs. Like, so we plant these and money, or what?
No, I just gotta send them to my associate. He'll send the money back.
Yeah, I go ahead and just hand them over to him. What about do you think maybe we keep one?
I'm gonna definitely keep the one that I grabbed. This is all yours, man.
I think I'm gonna keep one as well.
So sending
And I kind of look over at Ekimos and like roll it around. How big are they? They're like probably testicle size, right? Right.
a little bigger than that. I don't know why that was the option. But yeah, a little bigger than that.
All right. There you go.
Well, as soon as we're done with our meeting, I'm gonna send those back. Send them
Okay.
off.
Michonne, brings a box. It's just kind of a basic wooden box, sturdy enough to fill with soil and meet the requirements listed in the letter.
I kind of take the egg and I hand it over to Ekimos. We need to get you a spot to work.
I was just about to ask that because I do not want to be sleeping with the gnomes anymore.
I kind of look around at the rest of the group. Is there anything that we can do? Do you guys think? Like, what options do we have?
Sure, there's a house.
I mean, we could always ask Lumine. See if there's a spot.
That's true.
Are we gonna get a new list of upgrades?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh,
It'll be this set of them will be level 5 to 7.
Okay.
Okay.
So it'll be some stuff that will be not as accessible quite yet, but we'll have it listed in there. Yeah, for sure.
I have a question.
Okay.
Initially, since we all kind of ended up with spots on the map, for somebody like Josh or Ekimos and Rufus, for those characters, is there initial pay or do we have to do something? I'm not sure how to go about.
Right. So the I'll just say the little cabins that you guys had received were given out freely to you when you showed up. If you'd like to roleplay out, going to talk to Lumini about getting a place for each of them, we can definitely do that. Otherwise, for the sake of brevity, Ekimos and Rufus would both get one of the cabins, just like everybody else would.
I want like a Tarzan Disney montage.
Okay. Two words, one family.
It's got to be Phil Collins the entire time.
As Ekimos and Rufus have an opportunity to move into their cabins. Yeah.
Oh Jesus.
Well, you guys got like your own spots now. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I don't want you guys to have to like problem solve where you can sleep too much. It's like, yep, you're gonna get them. Don't worry too much. I don't want to hide that information behind that conversation. You can have your own.
I was like, what are we gonna have to do for this? Yeah, and so I hand over the egg to Ekimos. I'm very curious to see what happens with something like this. So, if you don't mind, keep me informed.
yeah, absolutely. Will do. Let me add that in there as well. And what is it specifically called?
Cave Fisher Egg.
Cave Fisher Egg. All like common spelling, no crazy asterisks or anything like that. Okay. Can I get like a brief description of what it looks like?
It's just a small, I would say, a little smaller than a baseball. It is like opaque gray on the outside, a little bit slimy.
Okay.
Every now and then you can like feel a little wiggle in it.
Gross.
Can I like do like a type of like check on it to see if I can recognize anything on it, or maybe use my magnifying glass and see if I can?
I mean, they are identified already as cave fisher
Okay.
eggs.
Okay.
Was there something like particular about the species?
Yeah,
or
like
anything that you were trying to do?
properties that it could do or anything like that. Like
Okay, yeah.
magic
I would say
or
you can
alchemy
roll.
wise.
Yeah, you can roll like a nature check on that. See if you
Okay.
recognize anything there.
Oh yeah, that's a 6.
6. No, not specifically. You're not familiar with very many
Okay.
subterranean species. Like you
Got
could,
it. Okay.
you know, a few like spider egg uses. Mostly in like poisons and
Right.
things that are like restraining in nature. But cave fishers, although they are like arachnid, in like they are arachnids as well. They're not similar enough to cross over in their knowledge.
Got it. Okay.
When he hands that egg over, I'm gonna tell Ekamos those can be used to harvest silk.
Nice.
And it's like a very strong silk. It is kind of silk that can be, it's little threads, but if you put the threads together, it's very, very strong.
Okay.
Well,
I am going to kind of, as subtly as I can, point over to Varric and whisper under my breath, I need to talk to you later.
Okay.
oh yeah, you already know. Can we hear that?
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll. Oh, you said it's a message?
Oh.
With message. Yeah, the spell
Oh,
message.
never mind.
Yeah, don't hear anything.
Never mind.
This man just at the table holding copper wire, just like.
Oh, no, man. It's part of my earring. I have one copper earring in my ear that I can touch, and it acts as my...
Oh, we got the secret spy over here.
real high alert.
real high alert, right? All right, yeah, I'll just respond and say yeah, anytime.
It's the pointing that gets kind of in the way. but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just gonna like
Subtly.
under the table, just
Ooh.
hope I pointed at the right person here.
It's Han Solo this right now.
yeah.
So,
Well,
is there anything else we need to talk about?
I'd say as you're all kind of sitting there finishing up the discussion and talking there, you see the familiar gnomish form of your new friend Gathok Creed walking in over to the table.
Yeah, I immediately wave him down.
And he walks over and, hello everybody. I was wondering if you had a moment to discuss something that I saw last night.
Kind of look around. I definitely do. If you guys haven't met that, this is Gothic Creed. Everybody, Gothic. This is Breck, Alivor, Ekamos, and Varric.
And I believe Ekamos was with you when you met him before.
Yeah.
But, he looks to Breck and Alivor and Varric. Oh, nice to meet all of you.
Just sit down.
Head nod.
Yeah, I was gonna say yeah.
He kind of pulls up a chair, puts it up, and hops up and sits down. I saw the missing poster for Raisha on the quest board. And I do have a bit of divination magic at my disposal. So I thought I would maybe use some of that to see if I could find her. And I think I was successful. On her corpse at least. I did see something when I scryed. It seemed to be some kind of cave of some sort. There wasn't much light, but she was on a table and looked like decomposing and had some kind of fungus or mushrooms growing out of her.
Lord.
Here it is.
She was very decomposed, more so than should be the case for how long she's been gone. But I did see that there was another table close enough. There was a bushy-haired, half-elven woman, brown hair. She was on the table next to a table next to Horatia, and seemed like was struggling against the restraints. There were some mushrooms growing beneath that table too. I didn't see any figures beyond those two, but I did hear rushing water. I don't know if this is something I can handle on my own, and it seems like you all here are the ones to go on these, types of retrievals. So I thought I should come tell you right away.
Josh, a question for you. What was the description of Aswin?
Aswin was a
Nice.
half-elven woman. She had bushy brown hair, wore
Okay.
kind of ranger garb, had tools with her.
That's what I was thinking, you know.
He said that, and I was like, "Wait a minute."
Go ahead and take inspiration on that.
That was solid, man.
Asking the right questions at the right time.
Good.
They kind of look.
So instantly, I would chime in and be like, "I'm pretty sure we've met that person."
I guess even more of a reason to tell you then. I don't know if there's time to save this person, or I don't know them. I was hoping you would.
I'll
Pretty
kind of
sure
be
we
like,
already-
"Who is this?"
Choose a ranger that we ran into.
Choose a hunter.
Mhm.
Said she was looking for that ring.
Yeah, she had traded you guys a hefty amount of gold for the information you had about the ring so far.
Kind of like creep over Ekimos' shoulder and be like, and I kind of, if the journals are anywhere near it, like, it was the one that, right here that I was just reading about.
I'm
Like getting in his face a little bit. That one right there. It's that one.
I'm
Got
pretty
it.
sure we've been to that location already too. The rushing water and all that sounds like where we found Harry. Correct? Was that where we found Harry? No.
There's no water where you found him.
No.
There was like some puddles that were in the
We
area.
found Harry in
Where
a
we found
cave,
the
like,
body.
underneath the lake.
Yeah, because Breck
Yeah.
went through the lake and we went around.
That does
Yeah,
seem-
there was that, like, he was underneath, and I think that you guys did a weird
Yeah.
directional thing towards where he had gone. Yeah.
There's
'Cause
where
that
we
was a
learned
lake,
about
right?
the.
Was there running water there?
Not as big. Like it's the Daggermore.
Yeah.
It's not quite lake size. Saying a pond is a little too small.
That's where we learned about Torag and found
Oh,
all those
yeah.
pictures on the walls and all that
The,
stuff.
the,
Oh,
the
yeah.
sparkling bugs inside the giant dome room.
Yeah. God, there's always something.
Sound like a solid source of bad stuff coming out of there. We can go back and check it out. I don't know what we would do differently, though, is the only thing.
If she's still alive.
As of last night, she seemed to be. And I unfortunately I don't know where it was that this. When you scry on somebody, you don't know the location. You can just see what's happening, and I wish I could give more help in finding, but I thought that
Wish you could too.
that would be at least something.
Under his breath.
How far away is the lake from us right now?
The lake was not too far, a matter of a couple hours or a few hours. Yeah, I would say pretty close.
Oh, she's tied against the table. I don't feel like she has too long.
What
Need to-
what direction is the lake in?
North?
It was like northwest.
Yeah, northwest exactly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask Gothic. What's his name? What's his last name?
Gothic Creed.
Gothic Creed. May I use your divinity tool?
What was it? May use the what?
May I use his divining tool?
I mean, it's kind of a spell that I cast, but if it's something you wanted to try, sure. I have, and he pulls out a kind of like a gem that has. It's almost like a gem that has things added onto it to kind of give it this little bit of more than just a trinket look to it. It feels very almost like a little miniature art piece. And pulls it out. There's a geometric cut to it. Sure. And hands it over while kind of eyeing it in that moment of handing it over.
In which direction was the lake?
Northwest. Yeah.
Northwest. I'm gonna kind of hold it in my hands and ask if I were to travel northwest, would I find these two people? And I'm gonna cast a second level augury.
Ooh, very nice. Okay. I would say as you do that, also roll a religion check for me on this one.
Five.
5, okay.
God, fucking app is not generous today.
Yeah. So you do so, and you see this little gem start to light up, kind of go have a little bit of energy going through it, and you get the sense of whoa, that northwest would not be the correct direction. And as you're doing this ritual, you do feel a nice warm breeze. Hard to tell which direction it's going, though. But you get a sense that the Wild Mother has a bit of guidance to offer there.
I'm gonna hand him the stone back and let everybody know. Well, I can assure you she's not at the lake.
And while you guys talk about that, I'm going to do a quick 30-second bathroom break and be right back.
Well, shit. What the hell do we do now?
Any idea where?
My immediate reaction is to go in the opposite direction.
Southeast?
Maybe.
Where have we been that's had running water? Other than the river.
The river, the lake. Well, not the lake. What he said, the Daggermore.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's not at the Daggermore though, because we just got confirmation. That's not.
We never did clear out that spot where we found the Red Wolves had.
That little cave they had back there?
Yeah, because remember the what was that thing called? The Displacer Beast?
Yeah. Oh, it
got
away.
Never followed.
Didn't we automatically assume that it was going to be like gone by the time? Yeah. Gone over. We could always go back and look.
We told Lumini about it.
Which direction is that?
Was that in the right direction? Yeah.
That was more west, maybe even just slightly southwest.
Oh, well.
And that one wasn't too far away, that like little hole that the Displacer Beast was in.
That was a bit farther away than the Daggermore, but certainly within a day's ride.
I'm starting to realize we do a lot of shit half-assed.
Yeah, we really did, man. We gotta get better about
I don't
this.
suppose you could do your fancy compass again. Ask about that direction, could you?
He said second level.
Yeah.
You got like 2 of them bad boys, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. That's all
Hey, Ekimos, you know that ring? That was weeks ago.
So I'm gonna look at both the paladins, be like, "Ain't y'all got like gods on your side? Can't you ask them or something? Do a prayer or something like that?"
Can always try.
I say, look over at Milo. Is you're a magic guy? You got spells and stuff? I'm sure you
do magic too.
I'm a bard, bro. I play music with a little bit of magic. All right.
Barely.
Well, since I'm kind of like half dead, we can go to this said body and I can try to talk to it and see what's going on.
We don't know who the body is, though.
That's
Right. Oh, okay.
Oh man. We're in the friendly ogre, right?
Correct.
Can I kind of scooter off real quick and just ask Michonne if he's got any sort of new spell scrolls that might be available?
I
Just
will
on the
say, I
off
think
chance.
that you checked last time.
Okay.
And
Did
that
I?
was where we had, if I remember correctly.
I still don't remember if I got it. I don't. Yeah. Never mind.
Didn't you have scrolls get looked at to figure out what they were?
I don't remember ever seeing anything, so I think I just
Oh.
imagined all of that. But because you
Quite a
didn't find
thing.
anything, right, Josh?
Me?
No, not you. DM
oh.
Josh.
Oh,
You didn't
I
find any of
anything,
those
huh?
scrolls, right?
Which scrolls? What do you
From
mean?
way back when.
Oh, our last session before the break.
Yeah. Remember there were some scrolls there. I was like, oh, I thought I had these couple of scrolls. They were like ritual scrolls.
Yep.
But I couldn't find
Oh,
anything,
yeah.
so I thought I imagined getting those. I couldn't find anything in the notes. I looked at a couple episodes. I skimmed through them. I didn't.
I haven't found anything specifically. No.
Yeah, but I'd be willing to just see what he's got.
Okay. Let's see here.
Just on the off
Actually,
chance.
you guys, I might have an idea.
Let's hear it, good sir.
It might be time to go meet my sister.
Actually, yes, it might be time. What does she do again?
Yeah, what's so great about your sister?
She's
Good luck,
a- she's a
Alivor. She's
lady-
a priestess.
yeah, she's a lady of the faith.
Anyone can be swayed with the right.
Oh my.
I'm kidding. I make jokes. Jeez, come on. Bard, please.
I'm a bard.
Yeah, maybe she has a way of helping in the situation. Maybe able to divine something.
Where is she
Where
at?
would she be at? She like days
The-
travel or?
No, she's here.
Oh,
She's the chantry has a tent.
Chantry. Oh, that doesn't have nothing to do with that. That Orvo guy does it. I need to have some words with him. But
No, that's Cobalt Soul.
okay, two different.
Oh, that's
things.
right.
Different-
Fucking dives
Different
on your
thing.
ass.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
maybe
everything
go
you ever
see.
needed to know.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I'm down.
Maybe go see Vasante and see if she knows anything.
Okay.
That's the only option we
Can you
have.
find
at the
anything?
moment.
So, before the group leaves, Milo heads over to see Michonne and talk about what he has available.
Before he gets it out, I want to go, hey!
And he goes,
Like, as I come around the corner.
"Hey! You're one of my favorites. You know that, Milo, right? You're pretty cool, man.
You got anything that I've been looking for, man?
I got a couple things. Man. We got a couple things here. We got a nice little shipment in from one of my friends over in Zadash. We got a couple good things. So what kind of spells are you looking for? Are you looking for something a little more advanced and a little simpler? What's you thinking?
I'm looking for a lot of. I like to do a little bit more on the ritual sides, but there's a couple other ones that I'm looking for as too. But I'd like to see what you've
Alright.
got in there.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So, let's see. And he pulls them out and starts looking. He goes, I'm not like an expert or anything. In terms of the ritual stuff, I have this one right here. And
I'm only at level 2 here, so
Okay. I'm no level 2s, man, but I got this really, it's an entry level spell. And he hands over one that you recognize as floating disc.
okay.
He pulls out another couple of I don't know about rituals for the other ones, but some of the more basic ones, this one here helps you understand things if you don't know the specific language. Oh yeah, you know what? I think that was ritual 2. Oh yeah, it is. So hands that over. So those would be the rituals, floating disc, and comprehend languages. Also pulls out he has a couple more basic ones. He has disguise self and sleep. It says and then if you're practicing and you get a little more advanced, I got a couple here. Might be helpful. And then also pulls out a couple pyrotechnics and rope trick.
Oh, okay. How much would so disc, floating disc, and I have comprehend languages. What was the third?
Disguise self and sleep were the other two.
Disguise self. I'm kind of interested in disguise self and floating disc.
Okay. Says, well, man, you guys are good friends. You're good customers. You're friends with a part owner now, and that goes to to something. I say if you want both of those, we say probably 115 gold pieces for 2.
115.
115.
15. Yeah, of course. I'll take that.
Fantastic. Here you go, man. And if you decide you want the other ones, I got you covered.
Anybody else interested in such things like this?
Here in town? No, not yet. Yeah, not yet, man. We don't have a ton of arcane users around here so far. You're one of the only ones.
If there are in the future, point them my way. When
Okay.
I'm in town, send them. Yeah.
Yeah, I got.
And if they want to leave notes at my place of residence, then that is fine as well.
All right, my friend from Zadash comes out every now and then. Does not deliveries, but he'll do like a little trip with some stuff and see if he can sell stuff while he's traveling. Close up shop down in Zadash, or have one of his friends take it over. But if he comes this way, I'll be sure to send him to you.
Hey, thanks, Michonne. And I kind of just shake his hand.
Okay. He shakes your hand.
Friendly shake.
Okay, so the group now all together heads over to the Chantry of the Dawn Tents in what is a very ornate and very kind of, even in the tents you see the ceremony here for the Chantry of the Dawn, and with a large opening that shows some benches and pews as you walk in, as well as some elevated altars at the front that are very, very, at this point, there's more and more ornate pieces, not relics, so to speak, but, different cups or trays that would be dedicated to various ceremonies, all here. And Varric, you see right away near the front area, leading 2 people in prayer, it looks like, Vasati.
Well, let her finish her thing first before interrupting.
Takes a few minutes, and after about probably 60 seconds or so, you see her look up and meet your eyes for a second, and then kind of put her head back down and start to go back into it. But after, I would say, 6 or 7 minutes, you see her reach down. She kind of kneels down. The other 2 were already kneeling. She kind of kneels down and puts a hand on their shoulder, and you see her kind of lean forward and whisper something into each of their ears. And they stand up, give a bow, and as they are walking away, you can see that there is a necklace that seems to be a kind of a religious symbol, and it starts to light up just a bit as they leave, and they kind of give a look of awe as they see that, and you can hear Vasati say loud enough, "May Pelor guide your steps and light your way." And she kind of walks behind them about 15 to 20 feet and walks over to the group and comes up and sees, keeps the eyes mostly on Varric, but as she gets close, she seems to be, behaving in a formal way. She doesn't come up for a hug or anything like that, but she gives a big smile. Says, "It is good to see you and your friends here, brother. What is it that the Chantry can do for you today?"
Well, it's good to see you too. So we kind of have a situation. We're attempting to locate the cleric who passed before you came.
Ah, yes, Raisha. I've heard the name.
Yeah. We believe that there might be something going on. There was a gnome in the village that was able to do a little divining and see that he could see her corpse, and it was decomposing, and there was fungus involved. And along with that, he also saw another table in the vision, and he could see another figure on the table fighting restraints. So it is a matter of time. Hope we can get there in enough time. But we obviously don't know where to go. I don't know the direction to head. We're hoping you could. I mean, you've always had more ability in that realm, whereas I was always more martial. So I figured if anyone could help, it would probably be you.
She gives a bit of a smirk as you kind of give her that compliment there. Yes, I believe I can help. Give me a moment. I have a few things to wrap up here. But yes, I can help. Yes. Just wait here and maybe 15, 20 minutes. And then I'll be back.
Can I run an insight check on that exchange?
Sure. Go ahead and roll an insight check.
While all this is going on, I want to put 1 silver in each of the offering cups and just kind of give a small prayer to the gods while we're here.
Okay. Go ahead and roll another religion check for Breck. And then on the 18 insight, what were you looking for?
I was looking at sister.
At the
Or
sister.
yeah, it's Vasanti. Just to see like her reaction to him. And like, I don't know, he seemed genuine to me. I guess it was kind of like on both of them, just the exchange. If I can do that, I don't even know if that's possible.
Sure.
Do I need to roll?
Mainly Vasanti. What's up?
I said, do I need to roll?
I mean, maybe, I guess. I don't know.
I would say with that 18, you would see that Vasanti seems genuine and wanting to help. There doesn't seem to be anything attempted to be hidden in the discussion, if that's what you're
I was kind of, maybe, I guess I was more looking at the gauging of their relationship from her perspective. Like,
I'd see.
Yeah.
Then I guess, Varric, if you want to roll either persuasion or deception, and based off of that 18, if the 18 beats it and you want to give some of that information away, then we could do that. But
Okay.
Noted.
19.
19. Okay, got it. So what I would say then, Milo, based on that roll and the one I had here in the background, that she seems to have the desire to help. But you look at the two of them and you're kind of like, wait, what? They both have, even in this interaction with each other, very calculated faces of not passing off any information.
very standoffish kind of.
Very standoffish, and it seems like, if you can pick up anything, they're used to speaking in a way that doesn't, beget any indication of what they're thinking or doing.
At that, like, I'm gonna kind of just give a shiver and wiggle my spine and give a little gust with prestidigitation. I think I can do that with prestidigitation. Ooh, it got chilly in here.
Okay, got it. And Breck, what was your religion check?
I got a 1 + 3.
Oh, 1 + 3. Oh no, okay, got it. And you said you were.
How many altars are in here, by the way? Just to have the.
So it would just be. I was gonna say, to clarify, there would be altars to Pelor in here. The Dawnfather, just Pelor. So if you wanted to do that to Pelor, that's totally fine. If you wanted to make your own, offering in some way to another one, that would be up to you from there.
Oh no, that's fine. I'll just make an offering to Pelor and then make a quick prayer.
Okay, got it. It's an interesting thing for you. You're used to prayer and to devotion to a god, and your feeling towards the Wild Mother is something that guides you almost constantly. And in a prayer to the Dawnfather, it's interesting because you feel a bit of warmth, but it's like internal warmth. It's not like a breeze of the Wild Mother that you're used to. It's kind of almost this warmth inside of yourself that you feel. And you don't feel much. You don't feel any kind of guidance or anything from there. but you do just get this sense of almost like friendship in a weird way. It's this really weird feeling of friendship that you get when you make an offering to Pelor in that moment.
And you said it was like 15 minutes before she'd be like ready to go.
Correct.
Upon that like feeling of friendship, if we're gonna be sitting there for a minute, I'd kind of like to walk over to Varric and just be like, "You have any strange dreams the last couple of days?"
It's funny that you mentioned that. I definitely did have a strange dream. That I would just like relay everything that happened in the dream.
Bracket sounds pretty familiar to you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask him just kind of, if do you know who that was that pushed me overboard?
I do. That was my brother. And the same fate befell him when I was younger. And I haven't seen him.
Did your brother serve on the Alcantara?
That I don't believe, no.
That ship that we were on in that dream, that was my brother's ship. That sunk. But I have been recently told that it was ported in Port Zune.
Yeah, I don't believe I've been on that ship.
Yeah, not something that you've heard of.
No.
Not anything familiar to you.
No, because I was there the day he disappeared, and that wasn't the ship. So I have no idea what that was. It seems like it was a mixture of things between the two of us. Did you see the eye?
I did see the eye, and I got to tell you, man, I don't know anything about that. That was the stuff of nightmares there.
You're telling me. I don't know much about it. I've seen it in nightmares from time to time, and I've done a little bit of digging into it, but haven't got too much information.
You visited the ocean recently?
No. I would say it's been some time since I've been down in Port Damali.
Might be time to take a trip back there.
Eesh. That, don't like that. There's a reason I try to avoid the water.
Seems you have strong ties to the ocean, though.
Yeah, I've tried to kill that part off. There's a whole lot of mixed emotions when it comes to that. I believe you were at the table when I spoke about my dad, at least a little bit. He's
Yeah, you said he was a shitty pirate.
yeah,
I gotta tell you, me and my brother handled shitty pirates for years.
he's out there somewhere. At least last I know. Yeah, man, I'm not really too sure what's going on with all that.
Well, I won't press
What's
you
up?
any further on it if it makes you uncomfortable.
I mean, going back is what makes me uncomfortable, but talking about it's not too big a deal. So, if there's anything you're curious about, I'm an open book.
No, I just figured I'd bring it up. You were in my dream the other night, so kind of off.
Yeah, I was thinking about maybe bringing it up with Cobalt Soul or something. I don't know. Someone who might have some information on such things.
And you do remember the mention of the Cobalt Soul. You had inquired, and there was an expositor who had said to ask around for the Ball Eater on the Menagerie Coast.
Yep. But that requires me to go back.
Did we hear this?
Were the two of you attempting to have this conversation away from people?
I would have just kind of walked up to him after giving my blessing.
Yeah.
Then I'd say so. Then I'd say the rest of the group could hear this too.
Like, y'all dreaming about each other, kind of weird.
That is odd.
Look,
I gotta tell you, I'm happy to see this face. My dreams and yours, Alivor.
Dreams in general are quite weird in this group, so let's just put that out there.
Who was
I know
responsible
about-
for the fish? I kind of look between Alivor and Varric.
Find that damn fish.
Shit, I don't know, man.
You guys' dreams causing fish falling from the sky. That's an issue. That's what I'm saying.
Mine.
Uh,
I hate fish. I hate the ocean.
seems a lot of people in this group have some sort of issue going on with the ocean.
As they should. It's terrifying.
Not me, man.
Yeah,
Just
yours
walked away a
is
little bit.
vines and mommy issues.
I don't want to talk about it.
After about 15, 20 minutes or so, Vasati comes back. And she brings with her a bit of, it's kind of like a wrapped bundle of some sort. And she starts walking up to the altar. Y'all can join me if you'd like, but this won't take long. She goes to the altar and lays out what looks to be a vial of holy water. Varric, you recognize even from a distance that the color of this is obviously related to Pelor. These vials of holy water were not uncommon to be given out to Chantry members for either ritual or ceremonial purposes, or for, hey, you need a glass vial of holy water to throw on something that would be hurt by that. These were fairly common. And she sets out a bit of incense on each corner, and takes the holy water and pours it into a small bowl. And as she does, she kind of puts her hands in front of, just kind of, crosses her hands and in a standing position, closes her eyes. And you see that she seems to be saying something under her breath, speaking some words. And she takes her hands apart and starts to, with one hand, kind of almost like she's pulling some kind of glowing ink into the air out of the other hand, lifts up her finger, and eventually you realize that she's tracing a symbol to the Dawn Father that is just there glowing in the air, almost as if she carved it out of the air itself. And she puts her head back down for a few moments and waits another minute, 2 minutes. And as she does, the symbol gives a bright flash and then almost seems to disappear. And she brings her head up and opens her eyes, and her eyes are glowing yellow, almost as if beams of light are coming out of them. And she speaks. She says, I have 3 questions to ask the Dawn Father. What do you wish to know?
Where is Raisha? Where's Raisha's corpse?
She turns back around, and where the symbol was now, there seems to be Milo and Ekamos. I would say, actually, everybody in this group, since you're all at least half-casters, everybody feels this almost like static electricity coming from the area where that symbol was. And she turns. She says, Where can these followers of the Dawnfather find Raisha, the cleric? And it's silent to everybody else. And she turns to the group and says, beneath the river, towards the Velven Thicket, near a crossing. What is next?
Who took Raisha?
She turns back around. Who took Raisha? She says out loud. And turns back to the group. And says, I have a name. Sindaril Brakanos.
Does Pelor know how to spell it?
Sindaril Brackenos. And that's the third question, so no, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Set the genie free.
Just hold the last question. I mean, we know who, we know where.
Also, she is a pallid elf as well, right?
Yes.
So how beautiful was this whole thing that's happening in front of us right now?
Oh, absolutely. Like, you all are watching this and you can feel like divine energy here at this point, and like it all kind of plays into, and not only that, but all of you being magic users yourselves, this is not a small spell. She is communing directly with Pelor, making a direct connection.
And she looks good doing it, right?
Speaking to a god.
Yeah, so Milo
it is a beautiful ceremony.
She's blushing the entire time she's conducting this beautiful ceremony.
Is there anything you guys want to know?
Too awestruck to answer.
When will Milo reach puberty?
He's 17, so what, like 15, 14 more years, something like that?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Does Aswin still live?
She turns around. Does Aswin still live? And you can almost feel that voice, like her voice is projecting through this entire area, somehow in speaking with a god, amplifying it here on the physical material plane. She turns. She still lives. And as she says that, her eyes return to normal. She
So just kind of
and
retroactively, the way you described that, Breck then would have like taken a knee the moment we started like asking those questions.
Okay. What I'll say then, if that's what Breck was doing, is while this is going on, Breck, during, kind of retroactively again, not at the end of this, but during, while you're kneeling, you start to feel a warm breeze as well. So very similar to what you normally feel with Wild Mother, and you look around to see if the sides of the tent are waving or if the grass is rustling in this breeze, and it's not. You don't see it or feel it. but the glow, that little bit of energy that you felt, that divine presence you felt when you made your offering to Pelor, still has been sitting in your stomach the whole time. And when you kneel after feeling that static bit of magic coming through the communion with Pelor, you feel it grow inside of you. And it is this very powerful feeling. You're used to the energy of the Wild Mother being like a rushing river. It just doesn't stop. It is always moving, always changing, always providing. And it is a very different feeling than what you get now, which is just pure light. You just feel pure light. Go ahead and roll one more religion check for me.
I got a 7 on that one.
A 7? Okay.
Yep.
As you have your head bowed in reverence, you look up and it's almost like you see shadows kind of dancing in the empty space of this holy place that has been put up in Hope's Bastion. And you don't see full images. It's not a dream that you're standing in. It's not a vision that you're standing in. You just see shadows that are moving, almost as if they are animating something that is trying to be shown to you. You start to feel that tug, and you can sense that the main forms here of these shadows, you feel that glow of power from Pelor, but you also feel that rushing energy of the Wild Mother as well, seeming to coexist very naturally together. And as you look at these shadows, trying to see, you can almost start to make out these humanoid forms and them doing something. But right as you do, right as you pick up the images that you're seeing here, they dissipate and blow away. And bringing back to the end here, unless there's something else you wanted to do in response to that.
Oh, no. Yeah, just Breck is like really religious. Although he serves the Wild Mother, he usually gives thanks to most of the gods.
Sure. And you feel, I will say, as she finishes the ritual and the questions are asked, the glow from her eyes diminishes and the kind of space of that magical symbol starts to dissipate. You feel a kinship of Pelor and Melora, a connecting of. It's this weird feeling, almost like you just met an old friend and saw them for the first time in a long time, and it just kind of lingers there as you do. And Vasati turns to the group and says, "Well, I hope that guidance from Pelor was enough to set you on the right path."
It was. Thank you for that, sister.
You're welcome. Promise me that whatever you do, you will be safe.
I'll try.
I will be here for if you cannot keep that promise.
Thank you. These are my friends, by the way, if I didn't already do that.
Ah. Any friends of my brothers are friends of mine.
Milo jumps to the front of the line and grabs her hand and starts shaking it.
And she goes, yes. Hi, Vasati.
Milo.
Milo. It is nice to meet you.
He just continues to shake.
Right, and she just pulls the hand away.
Oh,
Thank
sorry.
you. It was nice to meet you.
Backs away.
She looks to the others in the group and walks up to Alavor next. It was nice to meet you. I'm Vasati.
Nice to meet you, Alavor.
She walks over to Ekamos. Gives a look to Varric. Nice to meet you as well.
Hello, and then I'll kind of bow my head a little bit, and oh, not make it more awkward than it already is.
She says, "And you are?"
Ekamos. I'm kind of new into the settlement.
As am I.
I met Varric and the rest of these guys over in the Velvet Thicket with the gnomes. So
Perhaps we can help make this settlement great together then, us newcomers.
absolutely.
And you, one who offers at the place of worship to Pelor. Looking at Brink.
I'm just gonna kind of give like a nice smile. Something, priestess. It's been an honor fighting beside your brother.
An honor to meet you. May your offerings to the gods guide you in your protection of yourself and those around you.
Thank you.
Now, is there anything that I or the Dawnfather can do to help? Anything else?
Don't believe so.
Brother, I hear that there's a meeting today. Lumini has indicated that she intends to invite the Chantry as one of the groups involved. I hope that things can stay amenable to all parties. That although there are some groups here who may have tension with each other, that we remember our bonds first.
I don't see or foresee too many issues today. It's more the meeting that we'll be having in a few days that's what I'm really worried about. The Cerberus assembly is on the way.
Are you concerned about the arrival of the assembly?
I mean, I think it's always natural to feel a little bit of concern when they're involved.
Yeah, quite imposing. And who knows what they want these days.
Yeah. But we shall see.
Well, I wish you the best in your search for Aswin. And if Raisha has passed, then perhaps it is best to give her funerary rites and put her to rest as well.
We will. We'll bring her back.
Good. No, I'm a bit spent after that. Speaking with the god does seem to take it out of you. I better get some rest.
I'll let you do that then.
It was good to meet you all, as she says to the rest of the group.
Alright.
Heads
I
off.
guess we roll out.
Okay, got
Yeah,
it.
buddy.
I totally pictured Gimli meeting Galadriel there, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Give me your hair.
Yeah.
Kind of what I was aiming for a little bit, but
Love it. Love it. Okay, got it.
Let me have a lock of your hair.
So with that, the group heads out of the kind of makeshift, I don't want to call it a full temple, but a shrine to Pelor, at least, where the Chantry of the Dawn has set up. Is there any preparations you'd like to do before heading out, or what's the plan next?
I wouldn't mind catching up to Varric real quick and trying to take him off to the side if he's willing.
We could say that at this point, this is where Ekamos and Rufus will get their place, and everybody goes to gather their bags and things.
Yeah, so I just run up and kind of like flick on his armor and then kind of just walk off to the side.
What's up, man?
So it has come to my attention that I may have been somewhat brash in my judgment of you and what has happened in the past. Since then, I have seen a few more things that have happened. Perspective. I haven't been able to travel in a group like this, so I haven't seen other perspectives that have clashed with my own, but it was difficult to see what you did. and I still don't understand it, but maybe I'll understand it soon. I don't know.
I mean, that's fair, man. You're young. I'm guessing you, like you said, you haven't been out too much. I've been around a little bit longer. I've seen some things, and this world isn't always rainbows and butterflies, you know?
Sure doesn't seem that way recently. Bill, your sister's really nice.
Yeah, a bit old for you. She didn't swing that way anyway, so.
Shit.
But
That
yeah,
is
man.
That's more depressing now.
I guarantee there's going to be many more things that we are going to see that'd probably be worse than that.
I just wasn't prepared for that, I don't think. But after what happened at my mother's place in Pride's Call, too, and then hearing about what happened after I got hurt, it just seems like that maybe my line was a little bit too far in one direction as opposed to where it needs to be. So I apologize for taking such a harsh stance against your actions.
I mean, apology accepted, but I don't feel like you need to apologize either.
Well,
I don't think anyone is ever prepared for such things.
No.
I was younger than you when I experienced turmoil and life-changing events. She's just not prepared for that.
Seeing what you did was shocking, but I still felt as if I knew where I stood. After the 3 individuals at the house, I am now starting to rethink so much about myself, and I honestly don't know where I stand anymore.
Sounds like a teenager to me.
I'm just kind of like, oh.
You're learning, man. You're growing up.
Well, hey, I got these 2 spells that I wouldn't mind to learn.
Yeah.
If you wouldn't mind helping.
I feel like this is that part where you ask for money.
No. I mean, do you have some? Do you have spares money?
No. But how can I help?
You get that you can kind of guide people, right? Do you mind guiding my arcane thoughts while I read these scrolls? Are they scrolls? I think they're scrolls, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. I mean, it's more Pelor guiding you than it is me. I'm just a conduit.
Sure, man. Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, and then
the
first one I'll go with a floating disc.
Okay, go ahead and roll that Arcana check with guidance.
I'll just like pat you on the head.
And what do I have to roll for it, by the way?
It is an Arcana check, I believe. Let me bring up the details.
What do I gotta beat though? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. I think it's not very high with the first level. I want to say it's like 10 plus the spell level, but let me make sure I get that right.
And floating disc is no more than a 2, so I got a 12.
Those should both be first.
Okay. So overall, I got a 15 for the first one.
Okay. Let's see here.
And then I got a 24 for the second one.
Okay.
So guidance actually did help this time.
Yeah, no joke.
What do you mean? It just helped Brick.
No, I mean like for me, a lot of the times when I roll the Arcana, it doesn't come into factor, but this time it did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, hell yeah,
Dude,
hell, best suck it. Every
Guidance is like one of the best cantrips in the game, man.
Yeah, and they're fucking trying to change it.
Oh yeah, dude, they're trying to nerf clerics hard.
Trying to make it a
catch me
reaction.
swimming though.
Yeah, 10 plus the spell level. So
10 plus the spell level. Okay.
10 plus the spell level. So you should make that on both. Make sure and mark off the gold needed for that.
Yes, I believe I actually had 2 slots before for the papers and stuff like that. Yeah.
Perfect. Make sure and deduct that out of there. So, but Varric spends a little bit of time with Milo doing some speed. You're very, I would say, you're kind of surprised by the speed at which Milo can draw in there, almost like with the help of Blot. Kind of, it's like this weird writing quickly.
The entire
then
time
Blot
he's
fills in the
muttering.
rest.
Like he's muttering to Silcine, so he's talking to this other person while he's deconstructing these.
And
spells.
I'm just like sitting there with like my hand on your head, just like totally confused and alone in this moment. Just like, what the fuck is going on? It's like, oh my god, I know he's gonna have arthritis later.
I would also every once in a while, since his hand's already on my head, I just use his hand to kind of scratch every once in a while when it starts to.
Yeah. That way you can continue.
I'm so focused, I'm just going, but.
I feel so awkward.
So you add the 2 new spells into your spell book. And with that, is the group taking the cart on this trip?
I believe we
Safe
need
assume?
Yeah.
Taking Dwayne and Johnson, the 2 horses.
Johnson.
We need to meet with Lumini first.
Sorry.
Let her know we're not going to be at this meeting.
When is the meeting? Should we?
That was going to be
probably
today.
try and prioritize the meeting, right?
So it's morning now. There was talks of it happening like later in the day, but you'd have to kind of discuss with her from there.
I kind of feel like we need to be at this.
I also feel like we would not be back in time.
Nope.
If we're talking about going underground, which I assume is kind of what we're going to end up doing.
Yeah.
Do you want to go after the meeting or?
Maybe
Yeah, she'll be fine.
Sure.
We'll just wait until after. It's fine.
She's just laying next to a dead rotting corpse.
She's
with mushrooms
just
growing
chained
onto
to
her.
a stone pedestal.
while
It's
she's rotting
fine.
alive.
Seemed like there was a lot of
Um,
mushrooms out there, but
What if we just try to push this meeting up then?
It's happening right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that might be our best. If we're trying
Yeah,
to
be like, hey,
well,
we kind of have an emergency, so let's
do this now.
make this happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
plus maybe they want to hear about this information. They might give us an excuse to wake everybody up.
Yeah.
Also, what time is it now? Is
I
it
think
still
it's
kind of
worth-
like?
It's like, sound the alarm.
It's worth bringing Gathic Creed then to the meeting yet.
What was that you said, Flynn?
It's worth bringing probably Gothic Creed to the meeting then.
Yeah.
I agree.
What he
All
saw.
parties. All parties of importance.
Do you guys want to? I think I could probably find Gothic Creed if you guys want to meet at Lumini's tent.
Well,
So I'm guessing.
no, we were gonna meet at the ogre. Remember?
Oh, we're going to the ogre. Okay, I can meet there. And like, it's probably already. Was he not there when we?
That's where
That's
he
when
met
you
with you
found
guys,
it.
but he had kind of he quietly departed after the group
Okay.
went towards the Chantry of the Dawn.
So I'm guessing like everyone like of note is going to be at this meeting.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the vibe, yeah.
Yeah,
Kind
so
of
then-
all like invested parties at this point.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, so we'll say Milo heads off to go grab Gothic. Everybody else heads to Lumini to talk about moving up. Her response, as the group heads in and kind of talks about everything that you just said and the need to bring it up, is, well, that certainly is a very important reason. And if there is any chance of saving Asvin here, then I think that is worth moving up. I will send out some guard to gather everybody up. May take a bit of time. We can't do it immediately, but want do we say that we meet at the Friendly Ogre in about an hour?
Sounds good.
Okay, that worked. Perfect.
Okay, then I'll see you there. And with that, the group kind of kills time for an hour, goes to head, grab a drink until everybody gets to the meeting. Milo, go ahead and roll an investigation check for finding old Gothak.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20, got it. You are able to find him. He is leaving the alchemist tent and seems to have a couple potion bottles with him. Yeah. Hi, Milo.
Hey, the alchemist tent. That totally makes sense. Would you mind coming with me and explaining what you explained it earlier to us to somebody else? We're trying to push up that important meeting, and you're a very big part of it, my man.
Right. Go ahead and roll a persuasion check for me on that.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20, very nice. Sure. I can do that. Where's that happening?
Just follow me. You have got to show me what you did earlier the other day, by the way. As I kind of just usher him along with me.
Yeah, absolutely. And he starts to, and you're talking about the fixing of the kind of
the imbalance and stuff like that with the gravitational stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, once you start to identify each of them, and you go through it, and just kind of starts. There's a light line for each school of magic.
And Milo's like thoroughly interested. He's actively listening as they go, not sparing any time.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, then, in that case, as everybody starts to get gathered and get ready for this meeting of Hope's Bastion, I think it's a good time to take a break then.
Yes.
So we'll call it 15 minutes from now. 3:21 will be our start time Pacific. Whatever 21 is where you're at, it will be the same time. Let's try to figure it out. But we will be back with some more for that. See you in a bit.
All right. Oh, it's blurry.
The dragon's blood, 11%.
Bro, it's so good.
Tastes like chocolate coffee, kind of
Oh my god, I love it.
molasses.
Even
Yeah.
Jody liked it.
Those non-alcoholic beverages that you guys are having, totally.
Oh yeah, totally. Yes. 11% of fun.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
No.
Way to go.
Okay, so we got everybody back. I see everybody but Flynn. Oh, wait a second for Flynn.
Are you guys waiting for me?
Hey, there we go.
Sorry, I went out there. The scout was on. I had to see how it was done.
Yeah, no worries. No worries.
Look at it.
All right. Let's get the vibe a little different here. Okay, so with a little bit of haste, the meeting is moved up so that the group can head out to potentially rescue Aswin, who Gothak Creed had let the group know he had scryed on Raisha at least, and seen somebody who looked like Aswin on the table near her. So as everybody gathers here at the man, I'm starting to get names from the two campaigns. I keep wanting to say the tavern from the other campaign. No, don't do it. At the Friendly Ogre.
And do we have any of the Nimblefoot clan with us?
Should be at least the guy I brought.
Yeah, basically there's as you guys were all there, the groups that seemed to wander in, you see there was the head druid from the Nimblefoot clan, along with two others from the Nimblefoot clan, and that's not counting Gothak as well, as he is here with Milo. Nimblefoot clan is here. There are the three Cobalt Soul members. There is the Archivist, Orvo Uzug, and then you see the two expositors, Kuzoth and Voth, as well, who are there. From the Chantry of the Dawn, there is, you see that Vasati is there with two others. She walks in with an older human who is wearing large plate armor as well. You see, not unlike Varric's armor, as they come in, they are a bit older. They do have a beard, very big build, and walk in with a bit of authority, with Vasati and another half-elf female who has bright orange hair. It's curly. They're wearing a studded leather armor. It's very ornate. There's a long gray cloak with a sun emblazoned on the back. Lumini is there, along with two of her crown's guard. There is a variety of, I guess you could call it business people. There is from as the Bowen, the blacksmith, is there. Gareth, the butcher, is there. Michonne is here as well. It's his place, so it's not surprising, but he is here as well. Let's see. Besides that, also the alchemist Rutharis, who has been running a tent on the outside, is there as well. And there is an air of cooperation. It seems everybody seems, at the very least, not starting off grumpy to be here. But Lumini is the one who stands up after everybody is gathered and kind of addresses the whole group here. Well, it would seem that we are the ones who make up Hope's Bastion and what current leadership it has. We have left out some of the craftsmen who are leading the building of the wall. We want to get it up as soon as possible, given the events that have been happening around this area. But I will make sure to speak up for them as well, if needed, and have spoken with them at length about what it is that they need and what it is that we need. That being said, the assembly will be here soon. We have done a very grand thing here, starting off this settlement. But there is much work to be done, and the things that are needed are not simple things. The roles needed to be taken up are not basic roles. It will take work. It will take us working together, but we can make this place something great. I don't want to waste any of your time, so I will get down to some of the basics of what we need. I will assume that when the assembly gets here, they will want to see who we will be putting forth as possible masters for the city. We will need a watchmaster. They're in charge of the local guard, the Crown's Guard. We'll need a war master for if there are any righteous brand or regional military who are in the Zemni fields. We may be able to get away with waiting on that if the Crown's Guard are the only force we have here, but something to think about in the future. A coin master who is in charge of local commerce and making sure that financial agreements are kept to, and that those who are doing business are not swindling those who cannot afford it. A pied master in charge of general infrastructure in the city, as well as collecting and setting up those to collect the tithes for the Empire. The idol master in charge of religion in the town. And she kind of looks around at the whole group here at this point, seeing the Nimblefoot gnomes standing across from the Chantry of the Dawn, and is just kind of a look of expectation about needing to settle on that one a little bit more. And of course, a lawmaster, one who acts as a judge of those who have broken the laws of the Empire, and so that we may have justice dispensed upon those who are deserving. We're all the leaders here. Is there anybody at this point who would like to put forth their name in consideration for any of these positions?
Is it one person per position? Can one person hold multiple positions?
One person. It is not suggested. There's one person for one position so that they can put their entire focus and attention on the tasks at hand.
And may somebody who is not... Can somebody nominate somebody else? Or do they have to volunteer?
These are not official proceedings. These are a discussion with those who are already here to see if there are any consensus that...
Got it.
Any consensus
at the proceedings, same question. How do the proceedings run? Is there an official, traditional way that they're run, and do they run off nominations, or is it?
These are simply suggestions, unfortunately. We may choose somebody, but should the Dwendals or their advisors decide that they would like somebody else in that position, they of course have the right to replace them at any time or not take into consideration our suggestion. It is often the case where suggestions are taken in order to keep the peace in various settlements and cities, and to give a sense of self-governance to those here in the Empire, whether it is an illusion or real.
I have some nominations if no one else has any ideas.
Sorry to cut you off. I just want to make sure I got all the different roles. So I had Watchmaster, War Master, Coin Master, Idol Master, Law Master. I know I missed one.
Pythe Master.
Pythe?
The tax man.
Oh, Pythe, not Tithe. Bad man. Nobody wants that.
Where my money?
What about the position for Starosta?
Starosta is the leader of all of the masters. That is the one that is potentially hard to have the appointment by the Empire. However, we can make a suggestion for that as well, and if they decide to take our suggestion, then we may get lucky. But yes, the position of Starosta, of course, does need to be filled as well.
I'd like to say.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'd like to say first and foremost, and possibly the most obvious choice for either Watch or Law Master is yourself, Lumini.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yes.
I appreciate the nomination. I think technically I am acting Watchmaster, given that I am the highest commanding officer here, but I think making it official might give a bit more authority to do things to make sure we're kept safe. I appreciate your nomination and I accept.
I also have another nomination as our good friend Michonne over there as Coin Master. Who better to handle the finances than the businessman himself?
Plus, if we nominate Michonne, we get his wife as well.
Mm-hmm.
And you see Michonne kind of from across the circle give like a finger guns like, hey man!
So, that's good with money.
Says, yes, Michonne, you have created a bit of a very relied on place at your mercantile and are seeming to expand. Even now we sit in your place of business. Unless there are any objections from any of the others, and they look to Bowen and Gareth. Some of the others doesn't seem to be any objections. And Michonne goes, you know, it's a big task. It's a big task, man. But I got a lot of friends around here, and I think I can make it happen. I have. And he looks over to Breck. I got a co-owner in the business now, so might have a little extra time to do that. If you all think I'd be a good fit for it, then I think there might be something I can do.
But I kind of raise my drink to that and say, I'm for it.
Yeah, cheers.
Hell yeah.
Those who have drinks kind of raise their glass a bit. That is easy enough for those. And at this point, the group sees Vasati step up. And she says, I'm afraid I must bring up a position that may cause tension in this meeting. A nomination, possibly as well. The Chantry of the Dawn often handles religious enforcement within the Empire. In Rexen, Tremens, and Ash, we are the religious hand of the Dwendals. We, and she looks to the other two there as well, we believe that the Chantry would make a fitting Idolmaster, or one from the Chantry would make a fitting Idolmaster. But we know that there is... I don't know how to put it other way than a brewing tension. A conflict that is being moved towards. I speak about our gnomish friends. In order to be a rightful Idolmaster, then we must enforce the rules of worship within the Empire. Should any worship openly any of these gods, then we must act. We do have an understanding for things that need to be done in the establishment of new cities. However, we seek to come to an understanding of the situations we are getting into before putting forth the nomination of Idolmaster. And Lumini kind of responds, I can guess that you are speaking of our Nimblefoot friends. And looks to them and says, well, do you have anything you would speak to on the matter? And looks to the group. Is there anything that anybody would like to speak to on this matter?
What do we know of any sort of past emissary like rules or something like diplomatic immunity? Has there been any cases of that past, like in the past of the Dwendalian Empire?
So what, and in particular, you guys know that the Velven Thicket gnomes do have a bit of a odd standing where they're at. They worship the Wild Mother. They're allowed to worship the Wild Mother. They are technically within the boundaries of the Dwendalian Empire, but because of the commerce that they do, that they are given a special status to not be infringed on. So that's kind of what they're bringing up. Go ahead and roll a history check, though, for any other like specific cases like that in the past.
13.
13? Mm-hmm. With a 13, you do, you think back to what kind of led to all of this. And where the problem lies is a uprising in the past. More gods were allowed to be worshipped in the Empire in its founding and through its early years, but an uprising that involved people who worship specific religions happened in the distant past, but not too distant past. And because of that, the rules were put in place for the 5 specific deities to be worshipped. So I guess as an answer to your question with that 13, that's how the Dwendalian Empire started, but it changed after, things went down.
Gotcha. Okay. I was going to say there's probably no way that they don't know that this is going to be happening. But maybe if there's a way that we can get away with it, maybe fly below the radar. Fly below their surveillance magic radar.
I mean, if they're already in the Velvet Thicket because of the commerce and the trade that they bring, wouldn't this just be an extension of that very same?
Yeah, I feel like.
And you're asking that here at the meeting?
Yeah.
Vasati responds to you very businesslike in her response. No affections or signs of being siblings here. The situation has changed. They are no longer trading partners, no? They are residents of the city. They sit here on this council about its establishment.
No, actually, they are trading partners. We have a deal with them, and how to grow crops. We have offered them protection as long as they're within our city.
Those are just the emissaries of the Velvet Thicket, are they not?
She says
That was
then,
part of the
so
deal.
That's why I'm looking between them.
yeah, so there's no intention for the Velvet Thicket gnomes to stay here in Bastion, so or Hope Bastion.
No, it should only be until we can properly pick up how it is they are able to quickly grow their crops.
Does that not go against our whole settlement? Hope's Bastion is meant to be a place where a kind of refuge for all, regardless of whatever. Like, why I understand there's the Dwendalian Empire has their set upon deities, but look at the contribution the gnomes have given to this town, and no disrespect, but what exactly has the Chantry done for this town other than you guys just now being here? I say strictly out of just brass tacks here, the gnomes have put more into this town than you guys have yet.
There's a bit of thought as they kind of process that. And then the big guy steps forward this time, and he's the one who begins to speak. The Chantry operates where Pelor tells us to go. However, the Chantry also believes that Pelor guides the Dwendals in their decisions and in their laws. It is not a matter of contribution, but a matter of the law and what is allowed here. Vasati continues. Their current exception to the laws of the Empire, of course, would be taken into consideration. And she looks over to the head druid here. I mean you no ill will, friend. And Pelor's light shines on all. There are great stories of the past, of the Wild Mother and Pelor fighting together side by side. And the Chantry acknowledges that, even if we cannot join in with that. And Vasati kind of has a little bit of a thoughtful pause and a sigh. I would like to nominate myself for Idolmaster. A member of the Chantry, connected to one in Bastion's Watch. And willing to at least try to understand why others would do what they do. The Chantry cannot promise to ignore all of the religious laws that have been set forth. But if what you say is true and these gnomes are simply visiting here and not making this their home, then we are willing to withhold judgment of their worship of the Wild Mother until such time as that status changes.
If a document was written up making it more of a business arrangement, would you be more willing to honor that agreement?
That would certainly help, but we are still beholden to the throne.
Are the gnomes not saying anything? They're just sitting
Not
there?
yet. No, they're just listening. Yeah, they're totally just taking it in.
They need to. I feel like they need to step up and defend themselves, or whatever their position is in this.
Well, I
Just
think, and part of it too, even with your passive insight, you can tell that they are really taking it all in and listening
Mm-hmm.
and seeing how everybody responds to this specifically, because this is one of the main things they were worried about.
Mm-hmm.
And after Visati talks about them leaving and their status changing, the head druid now stands forward and we wish to share our knowledge with those who it might help. There are concerns of some of the noble families in the area not taking kindly to that. We do not wish to step on the Chantry's toes, but we've also been given assurances that our worship, our divine offerings are our own. Should that change, then our decision to stay would also likely change. The Wild Mother creates safe harbor for those who seek it. We have no ill will towards the Chantry, so long as they allow us to continue that worship. And Visati's response is a bit calculated. You can tell it's one she's been thinking about for a long time. It says, then what I can offer is that should the choice be left to the Idolmaster, then you and your family and your friends will not be prosecuted for your worship of the Wild Mother. But if we are given a command by the throne, if we are given a command by the assembly, we must follow it.
It don't sit right with Alivor, but I'm gonna stay quiet.
I think that's fair, though. I mean, there's only a few amount of us. I mean, we can't really...
Oh, we can. We can.
Safely. Just directly go against what the Empire has put in place.
Lumini pipes in here. It seems we must tread lightly in whatever we do. If we are trying to do something different, then those who wish things to stay the same may take issue with that.
So as of right now, we pretty much got that the arrangement that is currently upheld will stay upheld unless other direction.
Unless they're told directly, yeah.
Okay.
So then I think this is something that probably shouldn't leave this meeting then.
Yes.
You shouldn't go around the Empire proclaiming, oh, this is a safe, like, place of safe worship and whatnot.
Visati, kind of chimes in. We hope, as members of the Chantry, that it is not advertised. If a temple to the Wild Mother were established in the city, we would still be forced to prosecute.
Lovely.
Public displays are still put on. We must act. At least against those who are not included in this agreement of commerce. And he says, then are there any objections to nominating Visati as Idolmaster, as a suggestion to the Cerberus Assembly?
I feel like she's a good choice.
I feel like it's a choice that would be accepted as well. So, no objection here.
Then.
Alivor doesn't object, but he's visibly not as he's just not upset at Visati, just at the situation.
Sure. Yeah. And so Lumini continues, that is, I think, the hardest wrinkle to iron out of this situation. We still have Lawmaster, Hive Master, and War Master.
So, if I'm not mistaken, I believe this person has prior experience. But for War Master, I would nominate Breck.
I concur.
And Lumini looks over to Breck. The only current member of the Righteous Guard, either serving then or now, who is in the settlement. What say you, dwarf?
I'm just gonna stand up and take a bow and say, I would happily accept.
Oh yes.
And we have a nomination in Breck Deepdelver.
With that, I wish to put forth a nomination for Lawmaster,
And what is your nomination?
Barrick.
I concur.
Oh god, what's his name?
And at this point, it is the Archivist. The Cobalt Soul Archivist.
I was gonna say Chris the Goblin would say otherwise, but
Orvo. Orvo. Yeah, Orvo.
You're talking about he received
is,
justice?
I won't even ask if that said out loud. I figured that's
No, it wasn't. No. That would have been, if anything, that would have just been like a real quiet whisper to Barrick.
Archivist Orvo, the half orc terms in here. So then, are we to have two members of the Chantry, a Lawmaster and an Idolmaster? Seems a bit of balance is offset there.
Oh. He has a point.
Well, I mean, I didn't nominate myself, and if anything, I've been one of the members that have had the settlement at like their interest at their very like top. Like it's been my priority.
Says, well then, Varric, do you plan to continue your journey into the ranks of the Cobalt Soul as well?
I didn't know if I was accepted.
Do you
I remember it
express
being
a
brought
desire?
up.
Hmm?
Yeah. I mean, I've always, like I stated when I first asked, like I'm very interested in just knowledge itself.
Then the Cobalt Reserve would request that if Varric is nominated as Lawmaster, then he continues on his track to membership within the Cobalt Soul, so that we may as well offer a bit of guidance of all of the knowledge, the history, the exploration that we bring to the table can be brought through him as well.
Fair enough.
Sounds good to
Lumini,
me.
yeah, Lumini kind of shakes her head. That is okay with everybody. And Varric, you do see Vasati has a bit of a raised eyebrow look at you here at this point. But Orvo continues as he stands up. Then if there is no objections, then for Pythemaster, I'd like to nominate myself. The Cobalt Soul holds much knowledge of building techniques from across the world. How to make sure a city is run successfully in many different ways for many different people. If, as you all say, Hope's Bastion is to be a refuge, then the knowledge that our library can offer will help make this a refuge for all, and not just those who are within the Empire, are already within the Empire.
Selective refuge, not all.
Kind of look between the group, just shrug. Yeah. That doesn't sound bad.
And then he pops in, well, if there are no objections then it sounds like we may have our nominations. Are there any concerns or anything that anybody would like to bring up at this point? To the Watch, I believe you had a reason for moving up this meeting.
Actually, one more nomination I would like to make for Sarosta. Someone of noble birth would be Milo.
I was gonna say the same.
I was actually going to try and pass that off onto Alivor if he was. He speaks
no.
so much nicer words, pretty words compared to mine. Guys, I am 18 years old. I am no Ben Wyatt here. All right.
Ah, you did it. I was gonna make an ice down joke.
Pretty sure age isn't really a big thing when it comes to being like noble and whatnot, right? There's been children who have sat on thrones.
Yeah, but how well did that turn out?
Guess we'll
Sure,
find
one
out.
got poisoned.
Jeez.
As I remember, they don't last very long. Is all I'm saying.
Perhaps
You have some
one-
people around you.
I will try it out as long as you guys got my back.
So I feel like I would not be backed.
Make sure I don't get stabbed. Make sure I don't get poisoned. And Alivor, you might end up doing the talking.
I can do that.
I'll give you some words and you get the stage, yeah?
Sounds perfect. Love being in the limelight, you know.
It'll be your yes gear.
Yeah, pretty much, right? I mean, I'm willing to throw my hat or my name in the hat. I doubt we're gonna get called anyways, but
I'd rather it be someone we know.
Yeah.
I agree. I don't know if I'm the best choice, but like you said, I guess we'll see.
Well then. We have our suggestions. We have our own nominations. These can be passed off to the Cerberus Assembly and eventually to the throne themselves for approval. If things go well, then I think that we are more likely to get that approval. But any kind of bumps in the road may cause these to not stick. No. I believe there was word of one of the missing people here in the settlement.
We should go try and save a life.
Yep.
What of the details of what is going on here? I did not hear much.
This is Gothak. Do you mind recanting what you saw one more time for everybody?
Oh, sure. And he steps forward, but kind of stays just a little bit behind you, Milo. And, yeah, I saw the missing poster for Raisha yesterday, and I thought that I might scry on I might scry on Raisha to see if there was anything I could find. And I was able to see Raisha's body with some mushrooms that were growing out of it, and I saw another bearded or bushy-haired half elf. It sounds like they recognized her as Asmund. So I thought I'd let him know, and perhaps they can go save her. I think they followed up and saw that she's still alive. But that's what I have to offer. He kind of steps back behind Milo.
After he told us that, we immediately went off to the chantry tent and kind of look over at Varric and Vasanti.
And Vasati says the Dawnfather was gracious enough to grant us the location that they should be searching for. And the many trims beckon. Well then, perhaps another casualty can be avoided. It's very sad to hear of Raisha's end, but maybe we can bring her home at least. Well then, I best not be keeping Bastion's watch. There's important work for you to do.
I kind of look around. Should we go? Also, did we get the cart ready? Should we go get the cart ready?
We'll say you have the cart ready. Cart's ready to go.
Oh shit, we didn't get the cart ready, guys. We're so bad at our jobs.
No, I'm good.
Well then, I look forward to maybe serving with you and to making Hope's Bastion something wonderful. If the gods are on our side, then then we will succeed. Good luck. And everybody starts to head out.
As we're leaving, I'd like to divvy out one health potion apiece.
Okay. While you divvy that out, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break here for the second half, and
Actually, real quick. There's like 2 minutes left of the Seahawks game, guys. This decides pretty much whether or not they go to the playoffs. Are you guys okay with taking like a 10-minute break, dude?
Go for it, man. I'm cool with it.
That's fine.
we'll say Breck's getting the cart ready.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Get it. Okay, and I'm gonna do a quick bathroom break.
Seahawks game. I hope they lose. Sorry, Brick. So, yeah. I don't know if Milo's decision to nominate Alivor, I don't know if he is Starosta. Yeah. I mean, okay. A lot of people aren't gonna like it, but okay.
You know, nominations, suggestions.
Yeah, suggestion.
Well, lots of stuff could happen. We'll see how things play out.
Alivor for mayor.
Sure. I mean, Alivor's up for it. It's just, I don't know if anyone else is.
Hey, man, you were my vote.
Hell yes.
Was it just a regular potion of healing you were going to give everybody, right?
Yeah, they're just regular potions of healing.
All right.
Yeah. Now I'm invested in the Seahawks game. They're playing my team, the Rams.
You know, like at the beginning of the season, as a Rams fan, I just checked out, dog.
Oh yeah, no, I'm so. Oh.
That was so rough to
You were
watch
so-
the first 3 weeks. I'm good.
If you guys
I
want,
don't
we can actually just do a full another 10-minute break if you guys want to take a secondary
I
break.
think just waiting for.
No, I'm fine. Like I'm not watching it.
Yeah.
I've got it here on the phone.
I don't mind waiting for Flynn, but
Yeah.
Well, I think we can at least get started on the way and have that be the cart prepping.
I want the Rams to win just out of spite, so the Seahawks don't go to the playoffs.
I don't know why the Rams suck so bad this season.
I don't know. We just won a Super Bowl. I don't understand it.
Exactly. Like we lost maybe two
Super
players.
Bowl
I think,
hangover.
key players.
Yeah, I'm just scared they're gonna fire Sean McVay since we did so bad, and if they do, then we're screwed.
That would be terrible
It's
decision.
game over.
So I will say, after the group heads out of Lumni's tent, or not Lumni's tent, the Friendly Ogre, you feel a little tug, Milo, at your sleeve, as Gathog kind of pulls you to the side, away from everybody else.
Oh, hey man, what's up?
Oh, hey, that meeting reminded me. I was out of the village, the Nimblefoot village, the night where you as a group had that celebration. But I did hear of something that had happened. There was another. You had rescued some gnomes, but there was another who was with you, and I was just looking to get a little more information on that.
Insight check.
Sure, go ahead and roll insight check.
That is a natty 18.
Natty 18. Okay. Need to bring something up here too, real quick.
Of course, he approaches Milo of the entire.
I was say, am I like anywhere near this?
Deep face.
No, he pulled off to the pulled Milo off to the side specifically. Yeah. I would say with that insight check, he is truthful in what he has said, but there is a lot being held back, and he's very invested in this knowledge.
And what was the last that he said?
He said, I was out of the Nimblefoot village the night that the celebration was happening, but I'd heard some rumors about another captive that was brought back with the gnomes, and was looking to see if you had more information about that, and that the meeting had reminded me of that.
We did have a meeting there. That is for sure.
With like the like higher ups though.
No,
Well,
yeah, that's
you
what
guys
we'd be talking about.
Well, you guys weren't quite very hiding it. Like the guards in that were guarding Chris.
No, and he was saying the
yeah,
meeting
yeah.
that you guys just had, talking about the Nimblefoot clans
Yeah.
coming. He was
So
talking about
Milo,
the meeting you
Milo
just had.
talking to Gothic would be like, we did have a big meeting there where we talked to some of the elders.
Oh, right. I think there was another captive, though. It was one who wasn't a gnome.
Oh man, internal struggles. All right. You said that there was a was it a gnome is what you're asking?
No, there was another captive that wasn't a gnome.
There wasn't a gnome.
The gnomes were returned, and I think Harry brought them back. But there's another captive.
And I can still kind of see Varric, right?
Yeah.
As like walking away. So my eyes
For sure.
like dart to Varric and back. Yeah, there was another one.
Did something happen to them? I don't know if there was rumors about some stuff happening, but I was just kind of interested. I kind of go out and look for missing people. I'd been looking for the missing gnomes also, and was just wondering what happened there.
We I kind
Do I
of looked
see
like
this conversation?
directly. Go for it.
I would say go ahead and roll a perception check here.
Okay.
And
Gulp.
then I'm gonna look like directly into his eyes, kind of very stern like, and kind of just say we left very early that next morning.
Interesting. Okay.
But like almost as if like I'm not saying anything more about it. Pretty much is kind of what I'm. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna have to like come over and like grab at me because I rolled in that one.
That one, yeah. And you're more focused on like
Alarm
basically
flares. Over
what
here.
you're focused on just being nominated lawmaster of the new settlement. You're thinking about that. You're talking with Vasati.
all the
You're
duties
thinking about the
and-
dynamics. Is this going to be tension
Streams are
between me and Vasati? Am I going to have to stop the
Am I gonna
chain
have
tree
to
from going after
kill more
these
people, or-
gnomes?
Did I? Can Alavor roll a perception check, see if he heard all that?
Yeah, you can roll a perception check too if
If
you
I'm
want
in
to
the-
see if you see
Oh,
this
God.
happening.
All right, we're gonna go online because those guys just aren't treating me right.
Oh, no.
This is superstition's hard when it comes to this, man.
Mm-hmm.
D&D's worse than baseball with it.
Ooh, 30-20.
Dirty 20. Okay. You do see, in fact, that there's a conversation that is happening here.
Okay.
Milo, at this point, let's see. Okay. Go ahead and roll me a wisdom saving throw. And Alavor, you actually catch just a little bit of a flicker of a hand movement from Gothak at this point.
Oh, okay.
17.
A 17. Okay. Let me check something here.
Also,
It's time to put
I
my
don't know.
lawmaster abilities.
I was gonna say I'm gonna go over and I'm gonna nice firm hand on Gothak's shoulders, like
As you're walking over, Milo, I need you to re-roll that wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
You want you to fail?
Apparently. Well,
Oh, I got it.
good. It's gonna be a 6.
Milo, you feel
Over
this
5,
this
7.
odd feeling. You've been having a bit of. You've been
Oh, I have
having.
inspiration. I'd like to re-roll.
You'd like to reroll with the inspiration? Okay.
I
Gotta
have
burn the inspiration
inspiration,
for
but-
that. That's fine.
Come on.
It's getting spicy.
Oh, that's a 7. So a 14 plus 1. Does it calculate the ring on 1 saves?
It should.
Because
If you have it equipped and attuned, it should.
I rolled a 14. I have a +1 to whiz, and then there's a +1 to my saves because of the ring, right? So that should
Mhm.
be a 17,
16?
16. But it's giving me 15. I just want to make sure because it's giving me 15. I think it should
It
be. A 15.
should. Give me a second.
If
Albert,
you
I can-
go below your saving throws, it should show if you have anything.
Right.
It does say it gives me a little green hexagon with a little plus sign inside of it says 1 on saves, and that's
Yeah.
from the ring.
that should be
Yeah.
from the ring.
So it
yeah.
should be auto calculated.
But I also clicked because it's a natural 14 plus the +1 save on my wisdom, right?
Mhm.
Then plus it should be plus the ring. I hate to stop.
Yeah, it might have just been some weird glitch or something with how it calculated it. Let me see here.
Unless if the
Sure.
14 is the 13 plus 1 already, and then it's calculating the ring, which I've never seen before. But
What's
Yeah,
your
no, it
wisdom
would-
save?
my wisdom save is a +1. I have a +1 to wisdom save.
Do you?
Oh
just
shit!
mean-
No, it's calculated. Sit, my bad, guys.
Is it adding it already to the?
It's
saving
already.
throw?
I don't have.
Yeah, I was gonna say you don't have the +1 to wisdom.
My that's my bad.
Okay,
All right,
got
so
it.
it is just a straight 15.
Okay,
Thank
sure.
you, gentlemen, because that was bugging me.
I have to ask you, Milo. What were you thinking about when those questions were being answered?
Oh man, you know exactly what I was thinking.
Oh.
Just wondering. Just wondering. Sure.
Trauma.
Alivor, you now we're at the point you come, and not only did you see a hand movement of a little bit of a spell casting, but you almost saw like this weird visual glitch of Milo kind of going backwards in time to a moment that he had just a second before.
Okay, as I grab the shoulder of what's his name here, I'm gonna point my finger in the direction of Varric and cast message and say something fucky's going on over here. I'm gonna need you here.
I'm on my way.
And then as I lay my hand on his shoulder, I'm gonna be like, so you said you heard some rumors? What's the spicy gossip you heard?
And he kind of turns and looks up at you. Oh, yeah, just something about another captive
Another cat?
that you had found with the gnomes.
What'd they say? I haven't heard of this. What'd they say?
Something short. I think they said it was maybe a goblin.
A goblin? Where would a goblin have came from?
And did I feel anything when this was happening?
Yeah, that's what I was
Did
gonna
I
say.
notice anything? Did I notice anything like the spell being cast on me or his hand movements?
Okay, give me a second here.
Because is that is it a verbal or maybe like a semantics?
You very much feel probing into your mind.
Okay. I'd like to do a little something too and burn my I think it's Awaken Spellbook, the one that I can cast a ritual spell instantly.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna do Detect Magic and look directly at the so-called gnome.
Okay. Interesting. You do so, and you see a glow of illusion magic over the entirety of this thing.
Much-
Yeah. I
how much
immediately
you wanna
tell.
bet that this is our Kenku friend.
I don't think that our friend is who they say they
Can
are.
I
say that
do
out loud?
something?
I
Can
say
do
that out
something?
loud.
Okay.
Do something?
What are you trying to do, Alivor?
I'm trying because
While,
I have
while
my
this is
hand.
happening, I'm heading over.
Sure.
I have my hand on his shoulder. I would like to cast Feign Death on this guy.
Interesting.
What does that do again?
I touch a willing creature and put it into a cataleptic state that is indistinguishable from death.
A willing creature?
Yeah, that's the part that I'm questioning.
Yeah.
Like,
So
nah, I don't wanna
you
do
kind
that.
of you get the sense that this is not a creature willing to do this.
Okay, so we have other things.
And as you say that, Milo, and you cast that, Alivor, Varric, you see this small creature look up and say to Milo, "I'm sorry. It's nothing personal." And raises his hand and moves it forward and casts a spell. And
Can I? Oh, okay.
Disappears. God, I was gonna say because as he was doing that, I wanted to like reach back and try and grab one of my daggers that I have to.
I would say the casting the spell took a little bit of time. Milo, what were you trying to do there? You were trying to do something?
Honestly, yeah, I was gonna do something. I was gonna bring Varric up to me, like between me and him.
Okay, then I would say
I think, but as soon as I heard him say that, I would have stopped casting.
Okay.
How far away are
And
they?
then just kind of
From you, they would have probably been about 40 feet at this point. If you were starting to move towards them.
Would I have been able to hit him with a dagger?
No, not because this was right after the spell happened. Yeah.
Okay,
So,
yeah.
Barrick, if you have something to try and cast right before that, or something within 40 feet, I'd give you that. Or I guess Ekamos, you're in the realm. If you want to roll a perception check and see if you see this, you could do a thing too.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I would cast sleep on him.
Okay.
And just for
Go ahead and
story,
roll the d8 you need for that.
he would still kind of see friendship on Milo's face or something, kind of almost like not harsh as disappointment, but just like just like a sigh of kind of disappointment, I guess, as he teleports away, because he did kind of help him out. So
No, fuck that. He's alive.
I rolled a 27, so I.
27. So you would see something too
Yeah.
if you wanted to try and do something.
All right. Well, I guess whatever Varric's doing, I was gonna cast Hold Person.
Okay. So we've got two different things going on here.
I think that's 27 hit points.
27. Okay, got it. All right. And then for Ekamos, what is your spell save DC?
So I'm reading stuff because I can cast all these spells at 3rd level. I can't put them down to like 1 or 2.
Right.
I'm just reading what this says. 3rd. Okay, just additional humanoid. Okay. It's a 15.
A 15. Okay, got it.
Are we kicking somebody's ass?
Maybe
We'll find out here.
Okay. And what type of save was it?
Wisdom save.
Wisdom save. Okay, got it.
Probably might be. Honestly, it's pretty low DC.
You see a kind of glow from Ekamos as it moves over towards this creature, and as it starts to move around, it creates a bubble around to try and hold, and still disappears.
can I silvery barbs what he's doing?
Oh, to cause a reroll for that? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like the magic to specifically to be some form of like the gravitational magic that he was kind of teaching me. Some sort of,
Okay, got it. So that's going to be a reroll. Interesting stuff here.
Take the lower.
and like I want to be making like direct eye contact with him
Right.
as he was trying to skip away.
Okay, so this time it's a 12.
Oh, we got him.
However, that same feeling you felt that kind of seemed to reverse things for Milo starts to feel again, and your silvery barbs, rather than hitting, it seems to move backwards in its space. And it seems to use something for one more roll.
Oh my goodness!
Come on.
It's a natural 19.
Damn it.
For a total of 24.
So what's his? What is his
Alivor
face
saying the
like?
silvery barbs, that one?
Is he still looking at me?
I mean, yeah, if you have a reaction. If you have a reaction.
I think I do. I think I do.
You do? Yeah. I mean, we're kind of playing fast and loose here right now.
Yeah.
We're
Things
gonna
started
silvery
off
barbs
early
it.
there.
We're
Yeah,
gonna
I'll
silvery
give you another reaction especially because this thing has used 2 reactions to do that.
Yep.
So,
I'm gonna-
all right. So this is 4 rolls or this will be 5 rolls for 1 roll after redos and all that business. So I'm going to make this one a public roll.
Ooh.
It is going to be a plus. Let's see here. How am I going to do this? I can't do this.
It was a wisdom save.
Wisdom save. It's a plus 5. Here,
It's
let's
for a
do this.
15, right?
Let's do
He's
this.
got to roll below a 10.
Oh, no, it's got to be below 10. All right.
Oh
Let's see what we
man,
got
this
here.
is a 50-50 shot.
We'll
Flip a
go.
It
coin.
is.
I'm just gonna hold it. All right, straight 50-50.
Oh.
It's a 5.
Let's go!
Let's go.
It's a 5.
So what does his face look like when he? Because are we looking at each other when this is happening? Just the
Yes,
back and forth?
absolutely. Right. But this is like a fucking Harry Potter magic duel
That's what I
of just like getting out of here, having 2 sets of silvery barbs thrown, one that is reversed and brought back, while Hold Person is being like fought off with another, what seems to be shift in time that happens during all of that.
So I have a mask of just exhilaration, having fun, and a little bit of pride in my friends. But I'm also having fun with him. This isn't
Yes.
like any form against him, but I'm
Right.
I'm impressed and I'm having a good time.
Okay.
And it was really
a duel
dope
of
when
fates.
the support, when the
Right.
support comes in from the back. Somebody else has my back in this duel.
And you see now his hand near a spell book.
Jesus Christ.
All right. I think I underestimated you a little bit. And see, Varric, you were moving over. Breck, at this point, you're off by the tent. The head druid of the Nimblefoot clan comes over to you and poses the question, excuse me, where I'm wondering where you all had met Gothak.
Just right now.
He's asking that right now after seeing that. Well, kind of this stuff is we'll say that was asked kind of right as this stuff was popping off. He's not
Okay,
looking
got
at that. He's kind of asking about
Like
where
light
did you
flashing
guys
in
know
the
Gothak
background.
from? Where did you bring him in if not the Nimblefoot clan?
Well, I was under the impression that he was of the Nimblefoot clan.
And a little bit of a worried look hits the druid's face. And we'll say now, Ekamos, are you trying to move over to this guy too?
I wouldn't say super close, but I'll stay within
Okay.
like 30, 35 feet of him.
Okay,
yeah.
so Ekamos is still about 30. Varric, Alivor, and Milo are now
I'm
surrounding.
hands-on right now.
Yeah, so surrounding this character. He's just kind of waiting.
Well, I'm gonna grapple him.
I was gonna say, yeah, I'm gonna. If we're just waiting, I wanted to try and like get a hold of him. Or try to
Okay,
restrain
go
him.
ahead and roll an athletics check.
Oh God, of course.
I will verbally support.
Verbally
Yep.
support.
You
got it.
got it, guys.
You
He's
get
like,
you get that little
get
guy.
him.
You got it.
Yeah. Your boy's not very strong.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yikes. He's like,
Am I allowed
goes
to
to
guide
touch him, and he's like,
myself?
get off me.
And I would say not for this because it's very
Okay.
very quickly happening.
Okay. So that's a 14.
14. Okay, Alivor.
3.
3. Okay. You rolled a total of 24 on acrobatics. So as you kind of move to get them,
Damn.
they jump up. They kind of do a backflip up onto Alivor's shoulders to get away from his grip, and then jump up behind Varric as you're trying to reach out and grab them.
Well, what, doesn't hold person like paralyze him or?
They re-rolled and made that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Wait a second. That's right. Hold
Yeah.
person was what everybody was fighting over, right?
And yes,
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
paralyzed.
So I'm
Paralyzed.
sorry. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. He is currently being held with hold
So
person.
does that mean he automatically fails the grapple?
Some grapples.
Yes. That would mean you have a grapple.
Yeah, no, we
hey,
were restraining the hell out of
I'm
him.
going to immediately reach into my bag of holding and pull out our dimensional shackles.
Okay.
I am going to grab his spellbook.
Okay. Got it. Let's see here. 1 minute.
Oh,
You all
okay.
have 1 minute while this creature is paralyzed.
Oh yeah, I'm taking them out and I'm handing them to whoever. I guess Varric. You're.
Varric's going for the spellbook. I'll throw the shackles on him.
As you
I mean,
all
I can do
start
it. I
to-
can put the shackles on if you want to hold them with Varric.
Okay,
Alivor.
yeah.
Oh, I'm putting the shackles on him like immediately.
As you start to feel around and grab the things off of this gnome, you can tell it is not a gnome.
Goblin, motherfucker, the drow.
What?
son of a-
What? Yeah. How does it
What
feel
you
now?
working with? Yeah.
Skinny.
He's
Pretty-
covered
pretty
in
gangly.
illusion magic, Varric.
The
careful.
What about the height? Does it? Can I tell?
About taller than a gnome, but not by much.
Feathers or no feathers?
No feathers.
He is a gnome, though.
He has
Yeah.
the appearance of a gnome currently.
And he's covered in illusion magic.
Too bad we can't like dispel this shit.
We'll say at this point about 15 seconds have passed.
Did I get shackles on yet? Have I got the shackles on him?
Shackles on, no book.
Okay.
Is there any way we can further incapacitate him?
I could beat him until he's unconscious.
Well, there's that, but chill. Okay, we don't have to always jump to that.
Easy, man. Easy.
It might also drop the illusion though.
Good point. I say he changed my mind. I'm down for the old 1-2.
I'm gonna
Just
next the druid next to me and be like, "Watch this."
Oh God, here comes the brick.
yeah.
I'm gonna ask Silcine if there's anything that we can do.
I have nothing. If sleep didn't work, I'm just gonna knock him out.
Okay, you're just gonna go for some attacks.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'd say then at this point, he's incapacitated. Let me see here. Does hold person work if the person is taking damage? Can you look up?
All it says is
I'm pretty
choose
sure
because it's
Okay.
paralyzed through my concentration.
Oh, actually, there is something I need to check on there. Because he gets to roll on each of its turns to break the hold person.
Right, to break the hold, yeah.
So at this point, that's 2 rolls. We would say 15 seconds have passed. So that would be 2 rolls for hold person. Yeah, let me make sure I'm saying that right. Yeah. At the end of each of its turns, the target can make another wisdom saving throw. On a success, the spell ends for the target.
Yep.
Okay. First one was a natural 5, so that fails with an 11. Second one is a 17 for 23 total. So I will say then, at this point, the dimensional shackles are on, and you've grabbed the things from him. However,
I am holding the center chain of the.
Shackles
And I
chain,
still
you know what
have
I'm
him
saying?
grappled.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're
Yeah,
still
still
kind of
haven't grappled.
dogpiled on.
Still grappled.
I'm just on top of him, like, go to sleep, go to sleep.
So what I'd say for Varric, for you, we'll say the grapple was the first turn. Go ahead and roll an attack for that attack
Okay.
while he's still incapacitated. I would say roll the damage because it's gonna be a hit.
Yeah.
Incapacitated.
Well, if it's just like an unarmed strike, then it's just 5 flat.
Okay, we'll just say 5 flat then.
Yeah.
Okay, and let me check on something here.
This is when you wish you had Rufus. You could just beat the hell out of him.
Feather slaps.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. So then at this point, let's see. Bring up the right thing here. Okay. So Varric is trying to punch it into submission. Milo has put on the dimensional shackles. What was Alivor doing during this?
Mainly just like holding him down, help keeping him from just grappling and helping to hold him down.
Just
Right.
punching him and telling Alivor to grab his legs.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Everyone
Jesus
getting a
Christ,
good
man.
glimpse at what law looks like.
Somebody's gonna have to knife hand, man. It ain't gonna be me.
Lawmaster in action.
Okay, let me check something here real quick.
Somehow already have like a star on my armor.
You gotta come up with some catchphrases now.
Mhm. It's Miami,
Some
from,
laws.
CSI Miami, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll say that Alivor and Varric are both trying to grapple here. Ekamos, Breck, you were talking with the head druid. Did you want to do anything else at this point, or just kind of watching to see how this plays out with the druid?
No, I'm totally just watching with like a big smile on my face.
Hell yeah. Okay. And Ekmos, was there anything for you?
No, I'm just standing like up. I tried to hold them, so I'm just gonna
Okay,
see
got
what
it.
happens with these strong people.
Okay, got it.
Person.
At this point, as this creature is grappled by Alivor and Varric and being held on to by Milo with the dimensional shackles, let's see here. Okay. It reaches in to a pocket and pulls out something that you can see in its hand, and you feel underneath you it starts to grow in size and grow, and now you do feel feathers, and you feel kind of pushing out against Alivor and Varric, and you see this thing start to turn into a giant eagle as it is cast polymorph on itself. Varric and Alivor, each of you have one of its legs that still counts as grappled, and that would be its action. What are you doing from here at this point?
I'm gonna yell Breck. Breck! Got a big ass eagle here. I need help.
Is it not shackled anymore?
It's still shackled. Shackles are still on it.
As I'm yelling, you know what? Screw
Oh,
it.
man,
I'm
our
gonna try and
shackles.
stab it. Can I stab it?
Yeah, if you're trying to stab it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to stab this thing.
Go ahead and roll an attack.
I'm gonna try and stab it with my myriad poison dagger.
Oh shit.
I was gonna throw my axe at it, but I will wait and see what happens.
Yeah, go ahead.
21.
21 will hit a giant eagle.
All right, so
Shit.
I was gonna say, so it takes, what is this? When you hit with the dagger, it must roll a. So it's gonna take the original dagger damage, which is 6 damage of piercing, but it also needs to make a DC 15 con saving throw for me.
Natural 1.
Nice.
Oh shit! All right, how many d6 did that say? 7d6.
While he's doing that, I would like to use a second level guiding bolt.
Okay.
And then
Jesus
along with that piercing, it's going to take 23 points of poison damage.
Oh my god!
So what's the total?
So how much? We had 6 piercing and 23 poison, so that's 29.
Okay, that's 3 over the threshold you needed to snap it back out of it. And as you see this thing kind of start to flap its wings and try and get out of your collective grips, you stab it with the dagger, and you can see the poison kind of start to pulse through the form of this giant eagle. And as it does, it gives out this loud screech and kind of falls back into the form that you were familiar to on the ground in front of the two of you.
Well, if he already knocked it out, I won't use guiding bolt.
Well, I will say he knocked it out of eagle form.
Yeah, that was my goal, to make it drop its polymorph.
Is it still shackled?
Still shackled.
So the hands are behind its back.
Do we see its real form now?
I mean, polymorph.
Concentration.
I would say then at this point, as it turns back into its original form, you see the shape of a goblin clad in leather armor, wearing a purple cloak behind it. Has brown hair slicked back a bit, and now shackled, is kind of looking at the two of you, looking at Milo, looking at all the people around as well, seeing who was just here in the group.
So my detect magic is still up. Is there anything on his person that is lighting up now, past the illusion magic that he had on him?
You do notice there's a component pouch, and although there's not a magical glow coming from it, that would be something that kicks into your thought process there.
I'm going to go ahead and just take it off of him real fast.
Okay. There is also a dagger in one of the boots that is glowing as well. And you notice that the spellbook has a glow to it too.
Yeah, I'll take all of that stuff. kind of, yeah, I'm gonna.
The spellbook's still on him, or
No. The spell book is off of him, but the glow is noticed from detect magic. Also, actually, the cloak too has a glow to it.
I'm gonna take the cloak off of him.
Okay.
I'm just gonna start stripping him of all of everything that's lit
yeah, I
up.
was gonna say, could I just like frisk him and see if there's anything I should be grabbing?
Sure, go ahead and roll an investigation check.
While he's doing that, I'm gonna whisper to him. I'm grabbing magic stuff.
Okay.
I can see the magic stuff, Eric, so I'm just gonna grab that off of him real fast.
That was a 14.
14. What you do find is that there is a bag that was not seen before, just a simple leather bag. In it is some paper and ink and quills, as well as like food, various food. There's like a whole bunch of plums. You're looking through this bag. You see like 15 plums in there. There's just a shitload of plums.
Just like digging through his bag, like
yeah, like
plums,
with all these plums.
Plums, man.
And the odd thing though that you find is a metallic symbol. It is I would say go ahead and roll a history check actually for me.
Yes. Can I use guidance this time?
Yes. I mean, it'll see you use guidance, but if you don't care, you don't care.
Yeah, I don't care if he sees me use guidance. That is another 14.
Another 14. Okay, got it. Okay. With a 14, you recognize the metal piece as it seems to be something that can be attached to clothing and has the standard of the Uthodurnian diarchy on it.
Did I see that by chance?
Yeah, I'd say you saw that. You saw him pull that out.
When he's kind of taking out, like, isn't that where I kind of whispered to him too? I don't want this guy to hear it. I guess we're pretty close, but isn't that where my mom's friends went? Was Uthadurn?
Yeah, I'll just nod.
And I kind of look back at our new, or I guess our old goblin friend, just suspiciously. I stuff all of his magic items into my bag.
Okay.
Is Lumini anywhere near?
Oh yeah, that whole group is like now starting to move
yeah.
over here and gather around to see what's
Yeah,
happening.
we're gonna need a prison cell
Yeah.
for our homeboy here.
Yeah, I would ask Lumini if she has anywhere to hold him.
Yeah, have we discussed prisons yet? Or jails? Do
Well-
we have any sorts of cages? Or...
Yeah, lawmaster.
There'll be jails when I'm in charge.
Hey! It's his new slogan. Jail time is now. Ferric.
So Lumini walks over and in response to the question, we can put together something. We have, let's see, we can, I might need to talk to Bowen about crafting something. We can keep him in one of the tents now, attached to a pole with constant guard.
Yeah.
But what is going on here?
I'll just quickly relay what everything, like how it just went down.
What? And she looks at the goblin. Why are you here? And he's just kind of struggling. I just needed some information. That's all.
I'm gonna slap him and tell him to give her a real answer.
And he looks back up.
Ferric,
And he looks at
come on,
Varric.
man. No.
He's not looking at Lumini. He's looking at Varric while he says this. I'm trying to find out how my brother died, so I can see if he can be resurrected.
I'm gonna tell you right now, that's a no, my friend.
I'm gonna be like, you ain't resurrecting nobody.
I kind of look at him very, very sad and apologetic, like, sorry, man. Like, this is some Fox and the Hound type shit.
And he looks over at Lumini and says, tell me, would the new Watchmaster approve of killing of captives? Do you think that your Lawmaster would murder if given the chance? I'm here to help those who need it. I'm here. And he looks over at Vasati. Does your God say that it's truthful? Was what I said the right thing? Were those answers correct?
I mean, this sounds really familiar. I'm just saying.
Like, you realize where you are, right?
I look at Visati. What does she look like right now?
And she answers, Pelor spoke true. The answers that were given by my god. What you saw was true.
I am still. I start looking around. I am still of the belief that the whole point of this place is to accept people. And even though he does have some sort of odd affiliation somewhere else, I still feel like we should give him a chance.
But he just tried to deceive us and play. He's casted spells on you.
But he could have done so many other things so many times. And he was asking about a very specific thing when he did cast the magic on me, and that magic was only to find out the information he wanted to know. No harm.
We're not going to harm him.
A little bit of a invasion of privacy, maybe, but
just imprison and question him.
And he says to the group, while looking at Varric, what does the future lawmaster have to say?
So I'm not looking at him. I'm looking at everybody else. You do realize his presence here with the people that are coming is going to cause so much shit.
I mean, they don't have to know. It might be difficult, but we could hide him.
We're already trying to protect the gnomes.
He got by us before.
It's
I know my
literally
argument
why
is
I did
super
what I
small,
did before.
He says, you don't have to hide me here. You don't have to hide me. I'm not looking to stay, and I'm not looking for anything else. I'm looking to take my brother somewhere where I can bring him back or try and get his soul, but in a place that will bring him back. I'll leave right now. You'll never hear from me ever again.
What do you need to do that?
I have what I need. You gave me what I need.
Oh,
I saw how he died.
Oh, I mean, shit, man. I'm sorry,
Well,
guys. I say we let him go. I vote we let him go.
Trying to
There
resurrect
are
him.
so many people here that just saw this happen.
I know it.
There is no way to keep that
Is he
under
trying to
wraps.
like necromancy resurrect his brother?
No, it's exactly what his brother told me about their god. He's talking about the Luxon, and I tell everybody what the Luxon is.
So, what do you want to actually tell
I was
everybody
gonna
what
say,
the
yeah,
Luxon
I
is?
would like to
Yeah,
know
I don't know. I would say I
what
don't know that all the players know what the Luxon is if you actually want to describe it. If not, that's
Their
okay too,
god has basically a function where if a member of their belief or their whatever, the Kryn dynasty dies within a certain area of one of these objects that they have, they can be brought back to life. Basically, their soul goes into a new body.
I would like to look at Visanti and be as the future possible idol master. Does this fit within the realms of your jurisdiction? Pulling on that string right there.
Yeah, she says worship of the Luxon would certainly be denied. And then the goblin says, well, then it's a good fucking thing I don't worship the Luxon. If you have a problem with the dynasty, you can look somewhere else. I have a problem with him too. And he looks over at Varric after having pulled the standard. Fuck the dynasty.
So
I left the dynasty. I'm here for my brother.
So you don't follow the Luxon, but you would sure use its abilities to bring your brother back.
No, have you ever heard of Leshka Forest? The druidic goblins there that are not under the curse of strife?
Have I ever heard of these things?
You roll a history check.
Can I roll one as well?
Yeah, go ahead.
Say, yeah,
you roll a history check.
That is
Oh,
a
good, man.
17.
17.
Yeah, 7.
17.
Wait, what's happening? I wasn't paying attention.
Okay. So 17 and 7 were the rolls. Anybody else rolling? See anything on that?
I'll get. You said a history.
History check. Yeah.
So I doubt I'll know anything, but I'll go for it. Oh, almost had something good. We got an 11 here.
11. Okay. Yeah. Not familiar. I mean, you might have heard of Varric with your 17. You might have heard of like nomadic tribes in the forest of the Menagerie Coast of goblins who were typical, but not specifically druidic goblins in the Lushgut Forest. Says, I'm happy to give something in return, if that's what you want.
So as he's talking, I'm gonna take one of the plums and just shove it in his mouth real quick.
Okay.
And just be like, you guys, listen to me here. The Cerberus Assembly are not the people we want to mess with.
He starts eating the plum.
Yeah. If we want this place to work, we cannot be on their bad side. And goblins in the Empire? That will not go well. All these nominations we just made, you can throw that out the window.
How many people are gathered around at this point?
Pretty much most of the group who was just in that meeting.
Yeah, I was gonna say the whole everyone.
I'll look at Lumini when I'm saying this, like, you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I still feel like if we have the opportunity to let this individual go or do something, not kill them, pretty much, which we can't keep them here.
We're gonna kill him.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
unfortunate thing, Milo, is there's not much we can do.
Well, Lumini
I
says,
vote. I'm going to vote that we just let him go find his brother, but that's just me.
Lumini says, why is it that you carry the standard of another nation, not the dynasty? He responds back. I was an advisor to the diarchy for a short time. It was on behalf of the dynasty at first. I have since disowned my former country. Look, my name is Zarm, and I'm originally from Den Beltune. I was sent from the dynasty to Uthadurn as an ambassador. And after a time, decided that I did not want to be a part of the dynasty anymore. I rolled with a crew around there for a time, and eventually things split off. A couple days ago, I got a message that my brother was missing from people who work with him. I made it here as fast as I could. And after learning how things went down, have been making sure to proceed with caution. Can anybody here deny that I've been offering help? He looks at Milo. Are you not more trained in how to fix your issues?
Is he like, you guys are still holding him down, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. If I walked over, would you guys allow me to help him up?
No.
Like just to his feet?
No.
I'd like to walk up and just try to let him get to his feet.
I'm still like,
I was gonna say I'm looking at Varric and wondering what
You don't have to be far. You can still step. You can still be within distance.
I'm not going to be far at all. I'm going to be
Yeah,
holding him.
exactly. I mean, you could just be off to the side.
He says, listen, I understand what you're doing here. The dynasty has its issues. That's why I left. Uthadurn is a place that's at least a little bit more accepting. Dwarves that decided the elves could come live with them. If that's what you're trying to do here, then I'll do it with you. If you don't want a goblin to be here, I won't be a goblin. Hell, I won't even be here. If you need something done and you think I can do it, well, then maybe we have room to make a deal, too.
I shove another plum in his mouth.
Look
Look at
Come
Milo.
on, man. Let him talk.
Milo, as our nomination for this Throsta, I'm going to leave this up to you. That means someone who's trying to make a life here, this decision, like, it's rests with you, but it affects everyone. The people that are coming, they'll find it. They'll know he was here. There are too many people here watching to keep everybody quiet. Somebody will say something.
I look directly at Varric, or Milo looks directly at Varric. I understand what you're saying, and I look around at the rest of the group. And how many people are standing there? That's a few people, right?
Oh, everybody!
Now-
I would say
yeah.
everybody who was in the meeting just currently. There are 3 of the Velvet Thicket gnomes. There's 3 of the Chantry of the Dawn, Lumini and 2 Crowns Guard, and then Michonne and some Bowen's there.
So enough people that matter, like that. It's
Oh yeah.
The
Everything
people that
matters.
matter.
So with that, like I'm gonna kind of turn to everybody else, but I'm going to leave it to everybody else. I personally don't believe that this individual has done enough to warrant such things. I understand the situation is rough, but that's not his fault. He just wants his brother, from what he says, and I have no issue believing that. If you guys want to be the type of society that condemns such a person, then I will step aside and allow that to happen. But I'm going to at least put it to a vote. If I'm going to be the Starosta, then this is how the things are going to be. What do the people say?
God damn it.
I'm gonna step up and say, as one who grieves over the loss of a brother, I would kill any number of men who stood in my way to find those who's responsible. I vote to let him go.
Can I make an insight check on Zarm to make sure that is the only reason
Sure.
he is here?
Yeah, go ahead and roll an insight check.
And can I give guidance?
You can.
Guidance.
You go pell over.
That is 25.
25.
Damn. Judgment Day.
Just because of my Pallet Elf, and I rolled an 18 plus the 2 from guidance plus my 5.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Insight is my thing.
Apparently.
Do you want this answer public or private?
Ooh. Whispers.
Public.
There hasn't been
I
any
do
whispers
like
yet,
whispers.
Kendall. I'm just saying.
I do like a whisper.
If everybody can just wait a moment, I'll do whisper.
Oh, damn.
So, Pallid Elf with the insight doing the Inquisitive Rogue.
Bro, that's a broken.
Yeah. I feel like that's fun.
Pallet Elves get advantage on insight and
sneak attack all
investigation.
the time.
Jesus.
Yep.
You're going to know anything and everything.
Yeah,
Ain't
and like you were
nobody-
saying, Inquisitive Rogue, their function is you do an insight check against someone's deception in combat to find a weakness.
Sheesh.
And they get
And it's
something
hard to beat that kind of roll, too.
Yeah.
And they get something later where their insight roll can't be any less than like an 8 or something.
That's right, yeah. So it's like
Yeah.
automatically what?
Yeah,
Probably
you like
20,
get sneak
30,
attack
20 all the
always,
time.
pretty much.
Damn. Maybe I will take a level in some Rogue. Who knows?
I thought that Inquisitive Rogue mixed with the silver-tongued Bard would have been dope too, just because
Yep.
they play off that Inquisitive.
Was it
Or insight,
is
insight,
College of
perception.
Eloquence?
Yeah, I think that's it, right?
Yeah.
The one with the silver tongue feature.
Yeah.
Shit, which one's that? Yeah.
Yeah, man, if you were looking at doing something, like Eloquence is pretty good.
Okay.
Let's see.
Ekamos, what are you doing at this point? While they're kind of talking to Zarm here.
So me being still new to the settlement, kind of just taking everything in and realizing what's at stake here, and trying to find like common ground on both options of what to do with the said goblin, and just kind of going through my thoughts to not only see if my my opinion matters, but yeah, just kind of sitting back and taking it all in.
Good.
Yeah.
I would say Milo, would you? I'd assume you'd include Ekamos. And
Oh yeah, I
and
look
look
directly
around
at
too.
you and
Yeah.
you're like, "What say you, Ekamos?"
Yeah. Okay. So then I guess at this point, what we can do, let's see, there will be a vote from each of the groups, not each individual person, so to speak. So there'll be a merchant vote. There'll be a Crown's Guard vote. There'll be a Cobalt Reserve vote. Merchant, Crown's Guard, Cobalt Reserve, and Chantry, and Gnome. So 5 votes from the city, 5 votes from the players. Let's start with the players.
You can get a tie.
Actually, you know what? No, I'm going to take that back. Actually, I'm not going to start with players. I'm going to start with, because I want the players to decide how it plays out if it's close.
Okay. I was going to be like, kill him.
Like, wait. No, hold on a second. I'm doing that in the reverse order. Okay, so.
Can I put forward the 2 different choices?
Sure, yeah. Go for it.
Obviously, Milo wants to let him go. I'm not saying to kill him. I think we hand him over to the assembly. He can plead his case with them. And if you want, you can assist him with that.
Ooh.
That's a hard.
I think
Changes
transparency.
it too. I like it. Okay.
Mhm.
I think the transparency helps us try to get the decisions that we have been
Right.
making.
So I'm going to look at Zarm at that. Because he said that out loud, right? You said that in front of
Yeah,
everybody?
I'll say it all out for
Okay.
everyone.
I look at Zarm. And I'd like to know what kind of what does his face say?
Oh, he has fear on his face when he hears the Cerberus.
Oh, he does. He does not like Cerberus Assembly.
No.
I am going to. I'm gonna like snap my fingers so he like makes direct eye contact with me, and then just try and get a read on him.
And just do an insight check.
Just do an inside check on him, yeah. And that's a dirty 20 or a
Dirty
natural
20,
20
yeah.
actually. But no,
Yeah, you see fear on his face. Yeah. Fear. It looks like from past things. Like there's a fear that is a fear of experience, not a fear of stories that he's heard.
Does he look genuine though? Like
with a dirty 20, I would say with a dirty 20, he seems to be genuine. He seems to be sincere in what he's saying so far.
Then I'm gonna move to the vote.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll move to the vote with the current terms.
So the quickest vote, Vasati steps forward and says, "I stand with my brother in anything that might be asked."
Oh, that's bullshit. You know.
I vote to hand him over to the assembly. The gnomes first. The head druid. We have seen this play out before, and given a voice in deciding how it plays out. Although it is something that is reassuring, our vote is to allow him to go. Had we been given a vote on the situation in the first place, we would have offered to help the situation before it got to this point. But now that we do, we will use that vote in this way.
Did he hurt anybody?
He
Technically,
didn't.
No.
So he didn't deal any damage to anybody. He cast a spell on Milo, which was probing his thoughts while he was asking a question about what
I invaded my privacy.
I would also argue that we don't know what else he's been up to since he's been.
Yeah, since he's been obviously within the campment.
He's had free
Other-
run of the whole
Right.
area.
But I also don't know. Are you sorry? You is Brecht asking this too, or is this kind of?
This is Brett.
Oh yes.
Okay, so like he
Yeah.
actually helped me to find out what was wrong with whatever was going on inside of me as far as my arcane imbalance. He was able to fix that. He has been nothing but a friend so far. And that's why in lieu of Varric's wisdom on this account, I am still going to vote against him. And I vote that we let him go. We know that he is very well capable of hiding himself.
So Milo puts forth that vote. Sorry, go ahead.
My counter argument is that the people that are coming are far more powerful than you and I. They will be able to discern if someone is who they say they are or not.
I got some things that I need to talk to you about later.
Gosh, I got you.
All right, so
So what we
Orzo,
got 2 and 2.
the half orc, yeah, the Orzo, the half orc, steps forward from the Cobalt Reserve. He says, the Cobalt Reserve is tense with the Cerberus Assembly. I don't think that we should throw a resource away so wantonly in either case. My vote is to let him go after the information is verified. The information that he gave you about the missing villagers. It might offer a sense of purpose, insight into what the intentions are. If it is a lie and you're sent on a goose chase, then we know our answer. But I vote let him go. Lumini's next, the Crown's Guard. She says, I understand the idealism that we are looking for here. But I can also appreciate Varric's stance. That although we might make an enemy of this one, making an enemy of the Assembly is far worse. This is not how I want to start the foundation of this place, but we can still advocate even if we turn him over. I vote that we do turn him over, but we speak up for him and his treatment after being given to the Assembly. Michonne, so we've got 2 and 2. Michonne steps forward. Milo, pick high or low?
Hi.
Okay.
As I am right now.
Jesus.
Oh, man. Some real big decisions, guys.
Think about your coin, Michonne.
As co-owner of the Friendly Ogre, does my decision not influence his at all?
If you have something to say to him while he's considering it, now would be the time for sure.
Oh,
I mean, I had already said what I said earlier. About,
Okay. That's true. That's true.
I really-
That is a good point. I will make a point to...
That's cheating.
influence man. He lobbied.
Yeah, he did.
Lobby. Okay. Sean says, man. I had family who was killed by some goblins, man. That's a bit personal for me, unfortunately, and I know if people hear that we got goblins here, I know they've done a lot of bad stuff in the Empire. But I don't know if people hear that there's goblins here, it might make them a little less likely to come, you know? I don't like it either, but I think I vote to return him to the Assembly.
Oh, Mishan.
You gave him a huge boost on that, Flynn, but the dice decided on that
Dice
one,
cast.
unfortunately. Yeah, the others were easy ones, but they were kind of up in the air, and the dice decided. So we have 3 for Assembly, 2 for letting him go.
So we know Varric and Milo's positions.
What's
Yeah,
the-
I've basically been
Yeah.
counting it as 4-3 right now.
Okay, so we got 4-3.
And for anybody who hasn't like voted yet, who was it? Lumini said that we would advocate for him. That is very much the truth. I'm not looking to just like hand him over and doom him. If he has done good here, he's done good, and we can.
You want to murder him?
I could have just done it.
Oh, we all know you could have just done it.
You're trying to turn him against me.
Yes.
I'm gonna go last.
Oh, you want to be that deciding factor?
I do. if it comes that close.
So,
yes.
Breck had made kind of an argument for, and after hearing this happen, what was Breck's decision?
Good man's arm.
What was that?
Assassin's arm. Brother, a good
I'm
man.
cutting it. Cutting it
Cutting
out.
up.
Yeah, you're cutting out a little bit. What was the question?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you better now. Yeah.
I'm asking Zarm, was your brother a good man, Zarm?
Chris? Oh, I think so. Yeah, he. Well.
Insight check.
All right, let me finish what he's saying first, and then we'll inside check. Because we grew up poor in Rosanna, and him and my older brother and I, we would steal from people, and we learned to be sneaky. And he was real good at being sneaky. And I left for a time and came back, and when I did, he was doing some not very favorable things. He was working with a criminal organization. Yeah. But after some time, I convinced him to step away from that path after our older brother died. And he did. And he joined, and he put his skills to use with the dynasty. And I know that some of you here might not feel favorable towards the dynasty, but it was the most honorable path for him at the time. He's been spending time trying to make up for what he did.
Insight check.
Yeah, go ahead and roll an insight check.
Just see if he's holding anything back.
Sure.
That wasn't that great. 13.
13? It does seem like he's holding a little back, but he's very truthful in what he's saying. He's being honest and truthful. It sounds like there's probably more to the story, but he also gave a big overview of a lot of stuff that happened. It seemed like, if anything, if you had to guess, then he's leaving out maybe other people. Yeah.
Okay.
How about to let him go?
Does that make it 4-4?
Mm-hmm. With two left.
And the two that left are Ekamos and Avalor.
Mm-hmm. So go Ekamos. You're watching all of this happen and play out.
Akamos is gonna just say, from what I've seen and obviously the seriousness of this, I can kind of feel for the goblin just from him wanting to search for answers of what has happened to his brother. If he can find his brother, and Ekamos kind of relates to it because of his background of growing up super poor out in the ghettos and whatnot. That that drive to find out what has happened, especially with what has happened to him. So as much as it pains him to vote this way in regards to the seriousness of what will happen to the settlement, I'll vote to let him go.
Okay. So we have 5 let go, 4 to turn over to the assembly. As the group all look to Alivor.
Alivor loves to be the center of attention. Fuck. So, you deceived us. You came here under false pretenses, and not only pretty much lied the entire time, but also probed my friend's mind with not hostily, but pretty much without his permission.
And as you say that, he responds,
Would you be truthful to someone who killed a member of your family?
I understand that. So let me
I didn't know if it was safe for me to be truthful. I didn't know if I could be truthful without being killed. And if I'm being honest, where I'm standing right now, I think I was right.
say I don't. It just doesn't sit right with me what you did. But I will not let the Dwendalian Empire crush another family as long as I have a say in this. So I vote to let him go.
My man.
I'm sorry, Kendall.
Can't believe you've done this.
There's gonna be a whole lot more families that get crushed because of that.
God, if we can stay up.
Can I just very cautiously start to reach down and unshackle him?
I would say you'd actually have to ask Alvor and Varric that question.
Yeah, I'm gonna like do it. I'm gonna get down to where I'm starting to do it and kind of just look at you guys, real expectant, like, hey, is this cool? Because we voted.
Alvor just doesn't say anything. I let go and I just walk away. I don't want nothing to do with the situation anymore. I hate both ways. I hate both options. These are horrible. I hate these options.
I will head back to my room.
Okay.
But I will be keeping his spellbook.
Okay. Got it. Okay. I mean, if you are you just keeping it, or are you browsing through it?
Oh, I'm bringing it with me.
Right, but I guess I mean, like, are you looking through it at this point?
No,
or
not
just
at this
holding on
point.
to it? Okay.
No, it would just I'll just be holding on to it as I head back.
Does do I notice that he does that? Does he if he takes the book? Because he had it a long time ago, and I actually think that you got there. No, did you get there? You did it way before I even got to
this. Yeah, because he grabbed it a while ago.
I grabbed it.
That was even before I took the magic items off the guy.
Yeah, it was when I first
like
grabbed
right when
I went to grab
right?
it.
Yeah, it was right
Yeah.
after I casted Hold Person and he made contact
Right.
with him. Took those off.
I would almost.
I was standing there the entire time, though. So
You were standing there the entire time. Go ahead and I would just say do some rollies. Just do straight rollies. High roll for Varric. You don't see it. High roll for you. I would say you saw that it happened, but you're not remembering in this moment.
not connecting dots. Gotcha.
Yeah, if Milo gets the high roll, then he is connecting the dots.
So just a roll, just a 20.
Just
straight rolls.
straight
Just
roll.
rollies.
14.
16.
Oh, the book
You
is
do
gone.
not remember that Varric took the spell book.
So I just go about my business. I am going to stuff the shackles back into the bag of holding.
He looks around to everybody who's still left.
I'm going to dust him off and kind of pick him back up.
Has anybody told him that his brother's body's in the Velvet Thicket?
He
I'm
read
guessing
my
he
mind.
got that when he probed his mind. Yeah.
Yeah. At least that's what he said, right? He kind of alluded to
Yeah. He said he kind of saw what happened and knew about it.
Well,
I truly am sorry for the deception. I can tell now that what happened was a matter of circumstance and not of intent. And I will make sure to consider that when I guess what I'm trying to say is thank you. And if you need my help, you can reach out.
thank you, Zar.
And he looks to the leaders and to the group here.
I can tell that there's good people here. and I try and go where there are good people. So if there's ever a time when the Dwendalian Empire is okay with having a goblin somewhere, I wouldn't mind coming back here. But for now, it's a little tense, and I've got things to take care of with my brother.
I hope at some point that's a possibility. And for the love of the primes, man, do not get caught.
I'm kind of surprised I got here, to be honest.
Anything that we can do to help you not get caught?
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
I mean, just like right now, like, is there any kind of spell that I can do within my...
Aiding and abetting, my guy.
Yeah, and he says, I don't want you to take any risks at this point.
And he kind of looks around to the four of you are still gathered. And it's just the four of you now. And he says,
Varric's right, you know. The assembly has nothing to trifle with. They'll kill everybody who stands in their way. I've had to work against them before. I'd never willingly do it again. He's not wrong to make the choice he did. And I don't blame him for it.
Before he takes off, I would like to just take him off to the side real quick.
is there anything anybody else wanted to say here while there's still the four of you then? Okay. Then, Milo, you take him off to the side.
As I'm going, I'm going to just whisper in him. If you find yourself, and maybe by this point your brother, in need of a purpose or something like that, maybe seek out Uthadern. Something's happening. I don't know what it is, but it does seems to be somewhat larger. Maybe there are answers there. If you want to use my name, do it subtly, please. Stay in contact.
Yeah, I've got some old friends there. Might be time to check in, if that's true. Thank you, Milo, for standing up for me.
Hopefully, that won't be the last time.
Yeah. I'm heading to the coast, the Menagerie Coast. If y'all make your way over there, I'll either be in the plum groves or in the Lushgut Forest. I won't forget that you helped. And if you need me, I'll answer the call. And here.
And he just gives you like a quick and dirty, like 3-minute lesson of like extending out the ley lines and getting a little bit of arcane gear around it and kind of doing that where it kind of puts it back into stasis. It says,
if you ever need any Dunamancy guidance, it's a hard spell. Or a hard school. To be honest, Milo, you shouldn't be able to cast what you did. You're something special. And they're right to push you as Starosta.
Just kind of look at him. Kind of just in a little bit of shock, but not at a loss for words, I guess.
Well, stay out of the way of the Dame Assembly. I'll see you all soon. Maybe. If we're lucky.
You as well. Ayun guide you, my friend.
And you as well.
And you see him turn into the form of a giant eagle again. This time. And in the form that you can see now, you see a little bit of the details. There's like a bit of a reddish black tint to this eagle. Say, kind of gray-green head, a very unique looking coloring. And kind of flies up a bit. You can see him stop and look at the settlement and then fly off into the distance towards the Velven Thicket, leaving the rest of you behind.
What time is it?
Still pretty early, actually. It's been a busy morning. We're talking like 11 a.m.
Oh, I thought we was on into the evening.
You know, because you guys push the meeting forward.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you guys push a meeting forward.
I kind of walk over to Alivor and I nudge him. I still got his stuff.
Oh,
And I start reaching in. I start reaching in the bag of holding and bringing out what we got off of his arm.
I was gonna say, I'm interested in that dagger and the cloak. That's what.
That's what I was wondering about, man. So I'm gonna pop a squat and just start going to town on these things. Okay.
I would like to go through the stuff as well.
There is a purple cloak of cloak of protection.
Oh,
can I get that? Hey, you.
It is a purple cloak of protection. It seems to have on it, now that you see it closely on the outside edge, it's purple, but it seems to have very Uthadurnian designs in it. It almost looks like an elven design rather than something from the dynasty.
Oh my goodness!
I am half elf. Can I have that cloak?
I don't know, man.
But it's kind of small, right? Like it's goblin sized.
It's goblin size.
Well, it is a little shorter. Yeah,
That's
it
fine.
is.
I don't care.
I'd like to put my name in the hat for the cloak of protection.
I think my name's in the hat for the cloak of protection.
Well,
All right, how are we gonna decide this?
I think we're doing rollies again. If everybody
think
wants
it's
to do
gonna
a
be-
roll,
Do you want to?
let's do it on
before?
D&D Beyond here. Yeah, we'll do it on D&D Beyond, and we'll just do straight rollies.
Do you want to do it before or after everything's done? Because I might change my decision if there's other items
Okay,
to tab
let's see
into.
what else is
Yeah,
out there.
I don't want to
Let's-
bid
let's
on
not-
everything. That's unfair. So
Yeah, I like that idea.
The dagger that was pulled off is a +1 returning dagger.
okay.
So when you throw it, it pops back into your hand.
Okay.
Point first.
Let's see. There's no spellbook there currently. I think there was a component pouch, right?
So it was,
Yes, there was a.
Yeah. So the component pouch itself isn't magical in any way, but it does have. The interesting thing is 250 gold pieces worth of chalk.
Okay, I probably need that for something.
Go ahead and roll an Arcana check.
A 15.
15 is enough that you recognize this is chalk made to use teleportation circles.
Oh,
The
yes, I
casting
do
of
like
teleportation
this.
circle costs 50 gold pieces worth of chalk.
This is very nice. I like this chalk.
You find 300 gold pieces worth of ivory strips.
Strips of ivory.
Ivory strips, yeah. 300 gold pieces worth. And 50 gold pieces of incense. There is also a variety of things like a bit of fleece, a small piece of leather, gum arabic, bat guano. There is like iron powder, a bunch of various things that don't seem to have much value on their own. Those are the things you find that have a monetary value to them.
I would like 25 gold pieces worth of the ivory, if that's cool.
No, you want the cloak.
Yeah, I would say if you guys wanted to just split the value of the incense and stuff, can I roll? I don't really have. I haven't had to use incense or anything like that. I feel like that's something a wizard does, but there's that cleric shit.
Incense is a requirement for quite a few spells, but mainly the one that's used for most is Find Familiar.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I say I don't need any of those components, so I am not interested.
I wouldn't.
I just
mind
need 25 gold pieces worth of the eye to do my own augury.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't have
There's
to borrow
there's
people's-
300 total. Yeah. And did anybody else want any of the ivory?
I mean, I'll take some.
Do like half and half, 150.
Yeah.
You
150.
can have all of it, but I just need 25 gold.
Oh, it's not. It doesn't use it up. Okay. So
No, I'm
275
gonna
ivory.
turn it into a set of dice and then use that.
Nice. Very cool.
Can I?
I think that was it for things you had pulled off of them. If
I would like to plead my case for this cloak. What is
Oh.
what does the cloak of protection do?
It gives you
That's
plus
+1
one to
AC.
AC and saving throws.
All right, so I would like to ask Breck, what's your AC? Do you need a +1 to your AC, sir?
It's a 12.
Yeah, right.
It's a 12. It's a 12.
Unhittable dwarf who's 20 won't even hit this man.
I'm actually gonna pull my hat or my name
If
out of the
it's that
hat.
important, he can
I have a 13 AC, my guy. I have a 13.
Oh, you hide in the back playing music.
I almost died once. Okay,
He's not wrong.
You're the unhittable dwarf. You don't need a cloak of protection. Plus, purple doesn't even fit your color scheme.
Purple doesn't fit your color scheme.
Hey man, if you want the teeny tiny cloak, it's all yours, man.
Yes, fat guy in a little cloak. That's what I want.
Okay.
Love that
Or
reference.
has a. You can put a purple Uthodurnian cloak of protection.
So I don't even
What's
know
your
if
inventory
that's
there?
gonna be in the manage inventory.
And I think that was it. Besides the spellbook.
Did anybody take the dagger?
Oh, I don't think anybody did call for the dagger.
I will
mean,
put forth my weirdwood axe for the dagger.
Oh.
Oh, you want to trade that for the dagger? I mean, you could just have the
Yeah, I
dagger.
was gonna say you can have it. I got
Yeah,
my
but
cloak.
if anybody else would like the weirdwood axe, they're more than welcome to.
What does it do? I'm not even proficient. It wouldn't even matter. Never mind.
Doesn't that thing like fly back to you? It does the same?
No, it has it. So the little eyes on it give you like you can, if somebody moves out of the throwing range of the axe, you can throw it as an opportunity attack.
Oh, okay, that's kind of cool.
Also, you cannot be surprised with this axe.
Is it? Do you have to spend time with it and get to know it and whatnot?
Build a little relationship with it.
June. Yeah.
You have to attune with it.
I'll stick to my scythe. No.
Yeah, I think I got. I'm pretty good. I think so.
Cool. Sounds like the +1 returning dagger. You see that the dagger itself is also Uthodurnian in design. Breck, given your dwarvish nature, you can tell this dagger was built by a dwarf who knew their skills and were confident in what they did. They melded the steel beautifully. They engraved it with just a masterclass in beauty, and you feel a kind of magical energy coming from it as you move back and forth in your hands.
I'm gonna happily tuck that away in the boot.
Okay, got it. And with the party kind of gathering themselves after the new revelation and kind of take in everything that had happened in the decision that was made as a settlement about this goblin, not just as individuals, but together, and have started on the path to defining what Hope's Bastion is and what it means for those who may find themselves in it. And as you all look around and get ready to set out to work to rescue Aswin and to find the body of Raisha and what's being done to it. So we're going to end the session for the day. So to everybody watching, thank you for tuning in. I think we're actually going to be back next week for Monsters and Madness. Sounds
Yes.
like. Yeah, sounds
Yep.
like we have
And we'll have a full roster, hopefully.
yeah, full roster to go after this. Yeah. So
Yeah,
thanks everybody for tuning in, and we'll catch you next time.